Hello and welcome back. Today we are going down to Africa, hopefully evading enemy planes in the meantime. And also, I noticed that it's already the 20th of November. So basically, we gotta make sure that we are home on the 20th of December, so we only get to really be out for 1 month. Maybe a few days longer, maybe 2 days longer, maybe 3 days longer, but that's the maximum. Because my boys, I ruined last Christmas for them. So I'm definitely not gonna ruin this Christmas for them. I am a merciful commanding officer. And therefore, both engines, let's not waste any more time, both engines ahead dead slow.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Let's get out of here. Yeah, loading always takes a bit of time. Also, check it out. We've got our deck gun back. Ain't that nice? I think that's nice. After this folly with the tanker and the C3, I decided to take it back. .360 no scope is what Isaac tells us. I think I could theoretically do a torpedo hit without a scope. Well, not without a scope. What I could do is I could take the angle on bow, speed and distance, then rotate the scope 360 degrees, then lower the scope and then go to the hydrophone, get the target bearing, and fire the torpedo this way. Or with a T5 Zaunkönig, I don't need a scope at all. Let's see if we can get a no scope hit today. That would be awesome. Yeah, absolutely. Always shout. Always hit me with that history. I always wanna read that. On the 20th of November, you say? U-459 had to be scuttled after being damaged and attacked by 2 RAF Wellington bombers. U-459 shot down one of the Wellingtons, but the bomber then crashed into the sub and left depth charges on the deck. One depth charge detonated as the crew threw it overboard. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Yeah, makes sense. So it was set to low depth because they were trying to attack it on the surface. So the second it made contact with the water, it detonated. It makes perfect sense. Yeah, let's not. Yeah, I agree. We should probably do something a little bit less, something that involves a few planes less. I'd be happy with just no planes. That'd be good. Not a fan of enemy planes, gonna be honest. I do like the red hull though. It's pretty cool. How are you guys doing anyway? How's your Friday coming along? I had a very sad thing this morning. Because on Fridays I always go to my local farmer's market and get like meats and eggs and all that. And I had to tell my butcher's lady that next week is the last time that I'm gonna see her because I'm gonna move. Well, she already knew that I was moving, but Yeah, today we realized that next week's gonna be the last time we see each other, and she was very sad, which was very heartwarming. Because she's a very, very... she's a butcher's lady, you know. The cliche is true with her. She's very, very... She was very, very brash. Always. And all the other customers, she's always very, very annoyed by their presence, you could almost say. Like whenever they can't decide and whatnot, like she visibly looks like she would enjoy being someplace else. But with me, over the years, as I came to her every Friday, she warmed up and we started having little chats, and she really warmed up to me. That was lovely. And now I have to go, and that's very sad. I'm thinking of just on Fridays just doing a little road trip just to get meat and eggs from my farmer's market. Probably not every Friday, but I'm gonna do it occasionally just to say hi. Yeah, exactly. That makes my crew happy. The crew always enjoys those deep dives. They are very happy about those. The water is just so still in here. I love it. Love it. That's a screenshot. Is the tide mechanic broken? Like, honestly. Like, whenever I leave, it's always low tide. Fishing boats, right. Right, rudder, starboard 5.
Rudergänger, 5 Grad. Steuerbord.
That's a save, sure. Look at our boat, ain't she a purdy bird? I think she is. Right, rudder midships and both engines slow speed ahead. Now the great thing is that we've got a milk cow down there, so we can burn a little bit more fuel on the way there. So once we leave the pier heads behind, we're gonna go on ahead half. Right, port 10. And both engines ahead half.
Halbe Fahrt voraus.
And then from here on out we can probably switch over to courses and instead of rudder angles.
Kurs
New course 240. And we're out again. Off to another patrol in late autumn of 43. Alright, raise the snorkel in case we get some airplanes. Here comes the snorkel. And off we go. Past that lighthouse. And into the bay. Through the Bay of Biscay. Past the northwestern point of Spain. Past Madeira.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Resupply with our milk cow, and then we're gonna enter our patrol area. Now with southern routes we have to remember it's not really about convoys or anything, it's about checking neutral shipping whilst we're down there. And just as I said this, I remember that I probably should have taken my Spanish speaker with me. And I didn't. I mean, I can still go turn around. Franz Sparfeld or Dr. Ernst Prien. Portuguese speaker would be good as well. But I think I have one in Andreas Rossmann. Oh, is Rossmann still on board or was he a coward? Oh, God. Andreas Rossmann, he's still there. Okay, so if we got a Portuguese ship, then be alright. Sorry about that, everybody. I got a call there. Very odd. On this day. Well, on a Friday to get a call at noon. From the person that I thought, and I didn't think they would be working anymore at this hour. I thought they were all in their weekend already. Also, what's wrong with my radar warning receiver? Why is the range so low?
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
That's a bit odd. 2 miles? But we can strike the colors.
Ihre Befehle.
Ah, Mensch, Kerberos, welcome in. Yes, we did put the deck gun back because, well, first of all, it really looks better. And secondly, last patrol we had a little issue with the tanker that didn't want to sink and the C3 right next to each other, and I had to fire anti-air into it, and the C3 I had to use another torpedo, and all of that could have been sorted if I just had the deck gun, so I immediately put it back. So we did one patrol without deck gun, immediately regretted it, and reinstalled it. Right, we are now
Uns wurde von einem verbündeten
pretty much out of range.
Nähe gemeldet. Kondensstreifen.
Or maybe not.
Achtung, 300 Grad.
300 degrees, so let's stop outside ahead. Yeah, okay. But it's very foggy, so I'm confident that they won't spot us. And if they do, we'll shoot them down, because if it's a single plane, then I'm happy with it. People with the gunner skill on station.
Feuer einstellen.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Ah, you coming or not? Don't think she's coming. She's going overhead. I can't even see that. And she's gone. Yeah, okay. Well, she's gone because no one's standing on bridge anymore. Yeah, sorry about that. It's not great weather for spotting subs. Yeah, yeah. Exactly. I think we cleared that. Stay on the AA a little bit longer. Yeah, there we go. If it had been equipped with radar, they would have attacked us anyway. But that one seems to have been without radar, because we didn't get any radar warning or anything. Or they had the radar turned off because they didn't think they were gonna spot anything with it in this weather anyway. So yeah. Two blind people meeting each other in a dark room, I suppose. Yeah, now we're well out of their aircraft range. Just Gibraltar, if they patrol down here, and then we're gonna get into the range of Freetown. But from experience, from our last patrols, Freetown doesn't really put up that many patrols. Right, that means we can lower the snorkel.
Schnorchel einfahren.
Stop blowing our smoke clouds all into the sky like that. And we have a crew event.
Ja.
Did you guys have a brawl again? König.
Herr Kapitän.
Rumors. Malicious rumors about the officers Richard May. That's the question. If he's like a nautical department guy or a weapons guy, and if he's a weapons guy and he's talking about Richard May, then that's insubordination. If he's from another department and he's spreading rumors about someone from the weapons department, that's just friendly competition. That's just banter. I would have to hear the rumors in this case. Yeah, it's obviously a court-martial. That's insubordination. Gonna get a court-martial. For that, we're gonna get more experience. Oh, actually, I mean, I know that König is a hardened veteran. That man has a specialization point. Nah, court-martial. I'm sorry, has to be done. It's probably going to be a light sentence. Probably not going to be much. Awaits court-martial. Yeah, he's one of our silent runners. So Karl Sommer and who's the other one? Sommer and Seifert. Those are the two that we still have to find out what they are, what they're made of. Right, again, close the door or the bulkhead. Mach das Schorricht, Mensch, du Kagerlage. Because we don't want to know what they are talking about. Those are enlisted men. They are most likely talking about what they want to do to their girls when they come home. And I really don't need to hear that. And then over here we've got the noise gate. Noise lock to the engine room, very important. Otherwise no one gets to sleep. 15 of that. 15 of that. 12 of that. And 11 of that. And then once the bread runs out, we'll be at our milk cow and we're gonna get new fresh bread. Isn't that lovely? Just milk cows constantly providing us with fresh bread, even though my home base never has that. Right, we have reached Cape Verde in beautiful Atlantic weather. It took us 8 days to get down here, okay. Have to remember that. So on the 16th of December is the last possible time for us to go home. Request resupply. What's the word there? U460. Yes, good. Back on your radar warning receiver. And she's right. Oh. Sightseeing, I see. I think the game's modeling of visibility is actually one of the strongest points of its... Oh, yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree. Let me just open the stream on a second screen so I can see your chat in a timely manner. Come on. There we go. Nice. Speaking of visibility, I think... Yeah. Currently very low.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloy?
Scheinwerfer einschalten.
Finding each other in weather like this. Pretty much impossible. Without GPS, that is. It'd actually be smart to be off the coast of a neutral nation. Because then you can do a terrestrial fix. And then that's easier than Dead Reckoning for 3 days with an astronomical fix. We're already in range for the event, and we haven't seen them yet. Like, not only have I not seen them, but my bridge crew hasn't seen it either.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
Yeah, and going 13 knots through fog is also a very, very smart thing to do. I'm gonna leave that on our port side, because on the port side we can actually see things. Unlike the starboard side, where they put a bloody radar warning receiver at 10 degrees. From 2 degrees all the way to 12 degrees. Like, it blocks out a very, very important part of my vision. Well done. Brilliant design. Gotta love it. Who thought of this?
350 Grad.
Apparently there's a submarine, I can't see it. But apparently it's there. Trust me, Governor, it's there. That's gonna be eerie when that thing pops out of the smoke, the fog.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Oh, there she is. Oh, and we've arrived at a perfect angle too. Look at that.
Kleine Fahrt voraus. Scheinwerfer ausschalten. Kurs auf diese
It's perfect for going
Koordinaten
alongside.
setzen. Alle Maschinen stopp.
Like, I'm not a deck service guy, but I think even I could throw that mooring line. Right. Captain, not captain, commanding officer. And Scholz. I'm sure you know first officer. Not the first officer, the first officer of the watch on that boat as well. Let's don't have first officers. Or executive officers, or whatever you want to call them. Right. Let's see what you have. First, I need your fuel. That's really all I need. And bread. Gotta take some bread and some pork chops. And torpedo-wise, I think we're pretty well equipped by the dry dock. Yeah, that's enough. Thanks for the bread. Much appreciated. And that resupply still lasts about 4 hours. And the fog's gone. Lovely. Okay, both engines ahead. Dead slow.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Rudder amidships.
Ruder Mitschiffs.
Get us away from... Get our stern away from her. Don't want to cut into her pressure hull with the propellers. And then we're gonna go around and go between Mayo and Sao Boa Vista. And go into our patrol zone. And with a hearty moo, we shall say goodbye. Both engines slow ahead.
Langsame Fahrt voraus. Kurs setzen.
Right, fuel efficient speed from now on.
Folgegebiet erreicht.
And tell High Command that we have arrived.
Funktelegramm gesendet. Kurs setzen.
And then I think right over here, we're gonna do our first dive. Bring us down to 40.
Tauchen auf. 40 Meter.
Ah, we could have taken more bread by stocking the galley first. Oh, well. And down we go.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Love how fast this thing dives now that we've got 10 diving specialists. Brilliant. Right, Eberhard.
15 Meter.
Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Peil.
Aha.
110 Grad.
Herr
That was
Kapitän.
quick. 311. 26 to 43 miles. Oh boy.
35 Meter.
And it's moving away. So I'm guessing
40 Meter. Kurs auf diese
they're on a
Koordinaten
northern
setzen.
course. Both engines full
Große
speed ahead.
Fahrt voraus.
Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Peilung 290 Grad.
Another one?
Ja.
Oh yeah. I'll have to decide which one to go for. 16 to 26 miles. Well, that'll be it, I think. 293.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
293. 16 to 26 miles. That's a margin of 10 miles in this case. And we've spotted her at 146. And that one was at 143. Okay.
Herr Kaloin?
Let's see how those bearings drift. This one's on a southern bound course. This one's on a northern bound course. I think the northern bound one is more likely to be traveling to any Commonwealth country and being part of the war effort. The southern bound one is probably just again going to Rio de Janeiro, Buenos Aires. Yeah, we'll definitely follow the northern one. So we're looking for 243. Even though that one's closer.
Aktuelle Tiefe 45 Meter.
Thank you very much.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
60 degrees, 26 to 43.
Meter.
Somewhere over here. Traveling a course of approximately 023, going approximately 6 knots. So 023. Hours.
Kurs setzen.
88 miles divided by our speed of advance of 13 means that'll take us 6 hours, so we can cut them.
Kurs setzen.
We can catch them a lot closer than this. So that's 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. 4 hours. 5. And 6.
Kurs setzen.
44 divided by 13 equals 3.3. Okay, we can't make that.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten
We'll
setzen.
probably make that. 56. 4.3 hours.
Kurs auf diese
Yeah,
Koordinaten
somewhere around here we'll catch them, definitely. I'm gonna do another dive because we only have 2
Anblasen.
points. And 2 points don't make a line. 3 points make a line. 2 points are a coinky dink.
15 Meter. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kanon?
Elektrokompressor einschalten.
And both engines full speed. Already ordered. Going 10 knots. That's a problem because of the rough weather. Hopefully that'll get better. We're gonna wait for 5:33. Oh, save. Sure. 5:43. Sorry. Yes. 5:43. And we expect them
Aufgetaucht.
be over here already. 2, 3, 4, 5, 43. Oh, we're trailing way behind because of the weather. Yep, dive, dive, dive.
Auf maximal sichere Tiefe gehen.
Oh, whoops.
Bleibt ruhig.
Well, I guess we're crash diving now.
Wir schaffen das.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen. Alles klar, ich werde mich darum kümmern.
I meant to do that.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Down we go.
20 Meter.
So I expect them to be
Meter.
yeah, right over there. 20 degrees. And that's where they are. Well, not really. More like 5 degrees, huh? Yeah, 5 degrees. What's he gonna report?
80 Meter. 100 Meter.
Meter.
Are you gonna report it?
Aktuelle Tiefe 140 Meter.
Yeah, level off. You can bring us back up to 100.
Tauchen auf 100 Meter.
Schraubengeräusche. Großer Konvoi.
Ugh.
Peilung 45 Grad.
That's not what we're here for. We're gonna attack it though, if we can.
Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Peilung 5 Grad.
5 degrees. 10 to 16 miles. 5 degrees. Okay.
100 Meter. Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Peilung 205 Grad.
5 degrees, 10 to 16. That's a margin of 6 miles. Very, very accurate.
95 Meter.
So that means we can get rid of all of this, basically. Because that turned out to be a goose chase. And we now have 3 measurements with which we can form a more educated opinion. 0453. So they're yeah. 0543. Their overall course is more like 10 degrees. They were here at 243.
95 Meter.
This still obviously is could be skewed. It could be something like they were on these 3 or they were on these, you know. It's still, we've got to take the median, the medium of that, or the average of these measurements. And then the more measurements we take, the more accurate our result becomes. Right, new course 010. Let's go on parallel, or what we assume is parallel. And then 10 to 16 miles, that we should be able to. We should be able to spot that. Low ballast.
Ja,
Elektrokompressor einschalten.
And stand down. Alarm stations. Very good.
75 Meter.
Yeah, that must be really unpleasant now with the diesel compressor already running as we're still rising to the surface, sucking up all the air and being done with it in 45 minutes.
ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Very unpleasant.
Pumpe einschalten. 15 Meter. Auf
That should be a morale.
Motoren wechseln.
That should suck on morale, really.
Wir sind aufgetaucht.
Yeah, it actually should. That could also be a morale hit for the snorkel being used in bad weather when it constantly overfloods and rips at their eardrums. Right, we spotted them in 5 degrees, but then we turned a few tens of degrees, so we're gonna spot them probably somewhere at 50 or something. Should be around 51, yeah. So what course are you guys going? You're supposed to go 010.
Kurs 1-0.
Thank you. But I don't think we can spot them just yet. 10 to 16 miles, I mean that's on the far end of visibility. 12 miles is what you can usually spot easily. But then their smoke column is very tall. You can see that probably for a few miles further than that. .45 is exactly where they should be. Can I look into 45 or is there an antenna in the way? No, I can't. Oh, actually, there it is. Yeah, there is an antenna in the way. I'm fairly certain yeah, there it is. There, you see it? Just ever so faintly. Yeah, that's the smoke column. Right, both engines. Yeah, man, I had this early in the war.
Große Fahrt voraus.
Early in the war, I came across a, I think it was a Polish freighter, probably transporting Poland's national treasure to the Great Britain. And it was laden with gold bars and jewelry. And I threw provisions overboard. I took the entire thing with me. I had 4 stacks of gold and golden jewels. And I sold them all. That's why I have such a high budget. That was very early in the war. I should have kept 2 stacks. Just hidden them away somewhere in the boat. Just make my run for Argentina. I mean, I've already placed a milk cow down there. Just so that we can actually reach Argentina. I mean, that's there for operational uses, of course. Yeah, I really should have kept on. I really should have held on to that. It was a bit silly of me, but I mean, it was 1940 or something. Things are still looking good. Like, I bet my CEO is biting his own ass at the moment for that. So, new course is actually they're going 009er, so we're already closing in a little bit. And then from there on out, that's actually a good way to do this. Because I don't know if you can see this, but the line on that protractor thingy, that line hovers over the map. So now there's a gap in between the lines. And now that gap is on the other side. Like this line is not actually on the map. It's hovering above it. So you put down a actual line for the 10 hours. And then that line doesn't hover, and then you can use that one to make your fine adjustments for what they're actually doing every hour. Also, that should mean that if you arrive at the 10-hour mark, and you've got something like this, well, then you need to fix your lines a little bit, eh? 6, 6. Now that one's 7, 6, 6. Yeah, that works. Okay, so that was 543, then that'll be 643. Leaving our area of operation, not very good. 743. Close in.
Auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
We're gonna need an hour. Yeah, we can probably do something like this. Once we've got them in our sights, it's gonna be a lot easier. So as of right now, there should be somewhere over there and 20 degrees, which is something that I cannot see, I think. Because there's gonna be an annoying antenna in the way. There it is. Oh yeah, the time compression did the bug again. Now there's the smoke column forming right over there. Yep, okay. 30 degrees. Lovely. Yeah, there was a Type 9 submarine that had even, I think it had one of its electric engines removed just to make more cargo space. And they loaded her up with something, nobody knows what it was. And she was sent to South America, and she apparently never arrived there, or maybe she did, who knows. And as the conspiracy theory goes, this is one of the boats that smuggled high party officials, or maybe Hitler himself, who knows, you know. And maybe the Ember Room, you know. Maybe the secret Nazi gold. Who knows? They might have transported something to South America, and then they might have scuttled the boat off the coast and lived happily ever after with their war profiteering money. Who knows? I don't know what number that was, but it happened. Two Type 9s did that. One of them had like massive parts of its own equipment removed just to get more cargo space. Very, very odd things happening at the end of the war. What's up with my radar warning receiver? Why is the range so low? I have to see that in action. I can't believe that that's the actual range. There she is. Yeah, we're catching up to her.
Schornsteinrauch. Peilung 45 Grad.
Aufgesetzt.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
Yeah, cup size in Argentina must have gone up after the war. Average cup size. But to be fair, Argentina had a large German community even before World War II. That's why the Germans went there, because they knew they were already finding friends when they came over there. Or Chile. You have to look at if you ever want to have a little bit of fun, look at a military parade by Chile.
Kurs auf diese
Chile just outright took those Nazi drill instructors in, and they just invented Prussian military tradition for the country of Chile. Their military looks like World War II Germany. Honestly, look it up. It's hilarious. They look more fancy. They look more, how do you say it? Celebratory, I guess you could say it. Festive? No, festive is the wrong word. They look more ceremonial than modern day German military does.
Handelsschiff. 45
And
Grad.
with that, we immediately know that that's not a British ship. As otherwise, they would have just yelled alarm at this very moment.
Kurs 6-1. Kurs 8-1.
The Monte Naranco and oh no, it's a Spaniard, is it? Yes, and we don't have a Spanish speaker. Oh, I fucked that up so bad. I really should have taken my other torpedo mechanic, the Spanish speaker.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Right, we definitely need Andreas Rossmann, because if we can't speak Spanish, then maybe we can at least speak Portuguese. Maybe he speaks French? Merchant Navigator, yes, we need guns. Probably not gonna work.
Ruder 10 Grad. Steuerbord.
Oh, he speaks German. Okay. I would like to search the cargo hold before we talk about anything else.
Alle Maschinen stopp. Ruder mittschiffs.
Hey Private Ryan, how are you doing? I can just show you my crew list. And you can tell that there must have been a lot of punching going on in the past, and you unfortunately missed it all. We have figured out the role of every single sailor. They are all sea-wolves by now, and only two remain, Seifert and Sommer. I did a lot of headbutting to get them to shut up, and then sent them on their way when we went back to port. Oh, we still got Sommer and Seifert. Maybe you'll witness them. But we did think of you when we did it. So you were with us in our minds. Regarding the search, nothing suspicious was found. Okay. Show me. Raw materials. Okay, if they're going to England, then you're in trouble. Port of Vigo. Yeah, that tracks. I'm still gonna claim it's wrong. And it's not. Okay. Thanks.
Herr Kapitän?
Muchas gracias por tu cooperación, señor. You guys can go in. And we're gonna send a report.
Funkraum besetzen.
That we did a check. There we go.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
Horchraum besetzen.
Okay, then we head back to our patrol grid.
Kurs setzen.
And get rid of all of that. That one was going south. I mean, maybe we can catch up. We can't. Let's be honest, we can't catch up to that. Well, we can, but we're gonna burn all of our fuel, so we don't want to do that. Oh yeah, maybe we should also
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
turn on the engine. That could work, yeah. Very smart. Right, let's have another dive and another... Oh, look at that weather. Beautiful.
Tauchen auf. 30 Meter.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
Propellers.
Schraubengeräusch, Handelsschiff. Peilung
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloi?
115 Grad. 25 Meter.
Right. Turn us around, bring us on course. .46 degrees, up to 43 miles. 46, 43. Minimum of
Aktuelle
26.
Tiefe 30 Meter.
Somewhere on that line. 2032.
Herr
Right, what do
Kapitän?
we know about those bearings? They're heading north.
Kurs auf diese
Excellent.
Koordinaten setzen.
We're looking for 2132. Spot on. 302, 2643. 302, 43. 26. Somewhere on that line. 2132. But well, from this I would have to surmise that that's a northwesterly course, but I don't believe that. We're gonna keep going on that intercept, and in 1 hour we're gonna surface again.
Anblasen.
And we're gonna
Ja.
dive again. We're gonna surface right now.
25 Meter.
Elektromotor einschalten.
5 Meter.
Auf diese Motoren
Gonna keep bombing it at full
Herr
speed.
Kaloi? Wir sind aufgetaucht.
Goes in on the northwestern course. And then at 2230 we're gonna dive again. Let's do 22, 25. You never know. It'll take a while to find it. Dive, dive, dive. Bring us down to 40.
Tauchen auf 40 Meter.
Whilst he brings us down, I'm gonna grab myself a fresh new cup of coffee. You already knew how that sentence was gonna end when I started it, right? Yes, you do.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5
Auf
Meter.
E-Motoren wechseln.
Schraubengeräusch, Handelsschiff. Peilung 315 Grad.
That was quick. Well done.
25 Meter.
315 degrees, 314 degrees, but we still have to wait until it's actually the right time. 21:32.
Schraubengeräusch, Handelsschiff. Peilung
22:32.
65 Grad.
40
There we go.
Meter.
And another one. Nice. 314. 16 to 26. 314 to 26. With a margin of 10 miles. Yes. And the other one,
Kapitän?
63 to 43. Well, that's very far. Yeah. Okay, so how do we interpret this? Probably something like this, I suppose. Course of pretty much north. 358. Going 11 knots. What would that be? Also 11 knots. Yeah, I mean they can go 11 knots. Why wouldn't they? If they've got something to hide and they want to evade us. Or this means that that's gonna be a very uncomfortable intercept because in 10 hours. I deleted my point again. Don't do that. That means that. What was that? That was. Yeah, 357. That means that they'll be doing 110 miles in 10 hours. That's very far. Not a fan. Means that they'll be there in 1 hour. And right over there in 2 hours.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
31 miles. We need longer than that.
Kurs setzen.
Gonna intercept them in 3 hours. Okay, that means blow ballast.
Blasen.
No time to waste.
Aktuelle Tiefe 35 Meter.
5 Meter.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Elektrokompression einschalten. Auf diesen Motoren wechseln. Elektrokompression einschalten.
At least the weather's calm. We're going 16 knots, so maybe we can catch them a little bit earlier than that. 31 miles and yeah, 30 divided by 15, 2 hours. That works. 31 miles divided by 16, less than 2 hours. Works. Don't even need my calculator for that. I'm not good at math, but this I can do. Right, 2341, so they will be somewhere over here in 310 degrees. Can't see them yet. Unless, of course, they were slower than that, because that was a misread. Nah, I can't see him. Nope, save. So that will be 23, what was it? 2332. 2332. Yeah, they're gonna be right there in the middle then, because it's right now it's midnight, and that'll be 310 degrees. And I still can't see them. Well, at this point, I should be able to see them. How far away are they? 6 miles. Yeah, they should definitely be able to see them. In that case, something went wrong with the intercept, and that means something went wrong with their projected course. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna dive.
Tauchen auf 40 Meter.
How's the galley looking? Pretty good.
Zeit für eine Auszeit. Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Lenzpumpe einschalten. Navigation besetzen.
I could hear them just faintly.
50 Meter.
Yeah. Very quiet though.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Peilung 115 Grad.
150. Okay. Not the same one. That's that one. That's okay. 16 to 26, 114.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
16 to 26. Whoops. That could be the same one. Yes, it could. Theoretically, it's possible. That would have meant a speed of 14 knots.
Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Peilung 215 Grad.
Herr Kaloin?
Yeah, that's better. That makes more sense. That makes a hell of a lot more sense. That's the other one. But theoretically, would have been possible. But then we would have seen them in between. Now that just means that our other contact has traveled this way. Means he's going either he's going very, very slow, or that's a third contact. Ahoy there, Idris. How are you doing? Are you okay? I hope so.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Herr Kapitän?
Alright, 216, 5 to 10 miles. Oh, look at that. So that must mean that this halfway point is actually there, and that must mean that we have to get those in line, and that must mean that they're actually going a course of 0.1 hour. And that actually that is their projected course line. Yes, that's good.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Bestätige.
Yes. And that... Oh, actually, that means their initial speed is how much? I know what my error was. I know what my error was. I doubled their speed accidentally, because usually I take 2 measurements and then immediately determine speed. This time I took 3 measurements and then determined their speed, and I forgot to halve it. There we go, they're going 6 knots. That makes a hell of a lot more sense. Okay, there we go. That's why we nearly overtook them there. So they're not going 100 and 10 miles. They're going 60 miles in 10 hours. Yes, that makes a hell of a lot more sense. Okay, so basically we're exactly where we want to be.
Wird erledigt, Herr
Accident, by accident. That worked out well. Bring us on periscope depth. Both engines dead slow.
Natürlich, Herr Kaloy.
That was a beginner's mistake. Oh, Jesus.
25 Meter.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Oh, no. No. We're not gonna do that. Maybe in the next playthrough. But although I really don't want to play the Mediterranean campaign. I think that just sounds boring. I don't know. That it's just so constricting. It's not really an area that you'd expect submarines to run in. Which is what was their major problem during the war. No, we're east of French West Africa and Gambia. We're having a little
Schraubengeräusch.
southern roots action here.
Peilung 75 Grad.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Yes, there they are. And we should be able to see them at this point. There they are. Now we just
Schraubengeräusch.
wait for them.
Handelsschiff. Peilung 155 Grad.
Aw, that is too much praise, honestly. This is basic stuff. I don't think I'm definitely not fit for command or anything. But thank you regardless. Warms the heart.
Handelsschiff. 85 Grad.
Well, we should be lying right in her coastline.
Wenn sich die Sonne neiget, der feuchte Nebel steiget.
Oh
Mein
god.
Tagwerk ist getan. Mein Tagwerk ist getan.
Mein Tagwerk ist getan.
Monte Ayala. Both engines dead
Langsame
slow
Fahrt voraus.
and hard to
Ruder hart
harbord.
backbord.
Hard to harbord, yes. Well, we know her course now. Her course is 013-014, so new course 014.
Kurs 1-4.
Then we're gonna surface right next to her. Where are you, Monte Ayala? Why did you go?
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
What the f- Oh, it's so dark, that's why, okay. Is my course estimate still wrong? Yes. Well, if it wasn't, we should be seeing her in angle on bow 90 degrees as she is in 270. Not... Ah. Yeah, okay, actually that's pretty perfect. Low ballast.
Anblasen. Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter. Alle Maschinen, stopp!
Come on, bring the boat up.
Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Ruder hart Backbord.
Herr Kapitän? Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloin. Ja?
Elektrokompressor einschalten.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht. Ja?
Scheinwerfer einschalten. Funkraum besetzen.
Ah, transport spotted twice. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we can send those reports.
Ruder Windschiff. Kleine Fahrt, voraus.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Right, we need our navigator together with our Portuguese speaker. We're gonna take the French speaker and we're gonna take the merchant. And then hopefully we can find some language that we all speak.
Alle Maschinen, stopp!
Jawohl.
Because I left my Spanish speaker in port like an idiot. Even though I knew that there were Spanish speakers down here. Compressors on? Yeah, good.
Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloin.
Right, let's see this. Ah. Rudolph Chapman. Yeah, that's a classic Spanish name right there. I suppose I could pronounce it Rudolph. Chapman. Yeah, they only speak Spanish. I'm sure he does. Port of Buenos Aires, and you're going north. Bullshit. At one time I find a suspicious freighter. I can't tell them to evacuate because we don't speak Spanish. Damn it. We're gonna do the southern routes again. I'm definitely taking my Spanish speaker, that's for sure. Well, one of my Spanish speakers. He! Ah! I know that this game makes a meme about British and their tea, and that tea is often smuggled to the British Isles.
Melden Sie sich zur Wache.
We did order the evacuation. I wonder what happens if I shoot it. Well, we're gonna try this. I can well, how do you say it? I'll probably survive a little bit of flack for sinking a wrong ship. If I only do it once, like I've got so much budget and so much reputation. I can afford that's the word, I can afford a little oopsie. Not gonna do that with a deck gun though, we're gonna do that with one of our torpedoes. Because that is a fully functional ship. I don't really want to use a loot for that. But I guess I have to. Use a T1. Yeah, okay. Maintain tube 1. More Spanish than you, mate. Heading northwards to Buenos Aires. Yeah, see, his plan is he's going to do a northern circumnavigation. So he wait until he's at the North Pole, it'll be summer. And he's hoping to sail, well, past Iceland and past Greenland. And then he'll come out on the other side. Which is gonna be, well, over here, and then he'll come out over probably somewhere over Russia. Oh, this doesn't make any sense. Yeah, okay, never mind. Yeah, there's no way he's going to Buenos Aires. Just absolutely no way. Maintain cheap 1. So I wonder if I still came to the right conclusion, if I still get punished for it, or if the game will tell me actually that thing was going to Great Britain and you did the right thing. Also the fact that the captain's called Rudolf Chapman. That's not a Spanish person. I mean, nowadays things like that don't mean a thing. You've got a Russian captain serving on a ship that's registered in Malta, where the insurance company is in Rwanda, and the crew is all Filipinos, and the first officer of the watch is German, and the second officer of the watch is from the United States. You know, nowadays stuff like that doesn't matter anymore, but back then for sure, especially during wartime, it's usually a catalyst to get back to simpler regulations. The name of the ship checks out though. Right, if I... hang on, let's try this. If I put Scholz on the map, if I put EU on the torpedo data computer, and if I put U on the attack periscope... That's the other thing. I noticed that my guys are not getting credits for the sinkings because I never log on to the targets. If I log on to this and then go to the... okay, that works. I think we can still do it manually. Angle on bow is something like that, not that it matters. Flood tube 1, 8 meters. That's an Empire thing, right? Yeah. Has it got the mast? No, that's an Empire bell then. Speed 0. Distance, I don't know, 300 meters probably.
Aktualisieren.
Nope.
Lage 1, 7, 9, rechts.
Something like that. 300 meters, angle on bow is something like this. Speed 0. Torpedo speed. Oh, we're still selected. We've got tube 3 selected. Tube 1, there we go. Bow receiver. And we have to take... yeah, we have to select magnetic pistols again, because we loaded a save, and that always switches them over. And then if you miss, you're gonna veer right, and you're gonna do that after a kilometer, and you're gonna change your course. So we see them a bit further astern than from starboard side abreast. What did I give her for an angle on bow? 84. So you're going to turn 15? Actually, more like this, right? Yeah. You're going to turn 15 degrees to port. Stop doing that. Like that. What's the meaning of this? Also change the value of the... Oh, is it doing automatically? Oh, I don't like that. Right, Empire Bell has a draft of 7.45. Okay, then 8 meters is okay. Launch!
Los!
40 Sekunden bis Torpedo-Einschlag. 20 Sekunden. 10 Sekunden bis Einschlag.
Oh no! I did not know they would do that. Okay, they're still alive though. There's no captain though. Oh no! And they have Spanish names! No! Oh, I'm gonna get court-martialed and shot. Oh fuck. Might have to head to Argentina right now. The G1V is called Ron Winter. Yeah. Okay, I'm still good. Also, who's transmitting radio messages? The ship is abandoned.
Eingehendes Funktelegramm. Funkraum besetzt.
Funktelegramm gesendet. Funktelegramm gesendet.
Who keeps turning off my searchlight? Stop turning off my searchlight! Honestly, what's the meaning of this? Keep my searchlight on.
Scheinwerfer einschalten.
Okay, I guess I don't get to have I don't get to use the searchlight because my officers decide that I don't need that. Are you gonna sink? I'm sure you're gonna sink. Well, and if you don't sink, I have a deck gun to help with that. Doesn't want to sink. Right, Schultz, get on the gun.
Deckgeschütz besetzen.
Herr Kapitän?
Scheinwerfer einschalten.
Surely that's enough. Nope. Nope, she doesn't want to sink. Not just yet. And she's gone.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
Very good.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Right, now you can turn off the searchlight.
Scheinwerfer ausschalten. Langsame Fahrt voraus.
Okay, let's see how that goes at the end of this patrol. It's December 1st.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten
15 days
setzen.
until we have to go home. And also, Richard, you can put in another torpedo.
Herr Kapitän?
T1 LUT, if we have it. We have it. And then I'm also keen to see whether or not that counts as them having sunk the ship. If Angler gets any experience for that.
Elektrokompressor einschalten.
Oh yeah, we used 1% of compressed air because we fired out a torpedo. Right, makes sense. Would also be cool if... Oh! Whoop, 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 whoop. 10 degrees. Okay, hard port. Put on the AA.
Lasst uns einige Schiffe versenken.
Herr Kaloin, wir wurden entdeckt.
Yep.
Konzentriert euch auf eure Aufgaben.
We're not getting any radar bleeps yet. Why is the radar range so bad?
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Feuer frei.
What's the chart depth here? 5,000 meters. Okay, don't get hit. Don't get hit. Close all the bulkheads.
Alle Luken.
There it is. Just depth charges. No rockets. And they missed. They missed very badly. Okay. Well, if there had been a fire, that would have smelled amazing with all that tea.
Große Fahrt voraus.
Right. No need to burn out the engine. Hard to starboard. Nice one, Bristol Bowfighter. Good job, boys. Let's see where that goes down. Maybe we can take the pilots and the crew prisoner.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen. Ja, Herr Kaloin, ich kümmere mich darum.
Well, that's a very steep descent. Oh no, actually. Well, there might be survivors. Oh no, the plane immediately sunk. Oh well, yeah. Sorry boys. I was not there quick enough. Okay.
Langsame Fahrt voraus. Alarm beenden.
No, it's not, but for some reason I only get like 2 miles range out of it. See this? 2 miles. And I've had this for the entirety of the patrol. I don't know what that is. If that's the game, maybe because the Brits used a different bandwidth, and so my thing doesn't pick that up anymore or anything. I don't know. It seems like my radar warning detector is not really helping me that much anymore. Like in bad weather, that's still better than nothing, you know? 2 miles and the guys can't see anything because it's nighttime. But 2 miles, if we spot an enemy plane at 2 miles, they are already committed to their attack pattern and we're gonna get hit. I wonder what's causing this.
Tauchen auf. 50 Meter. Auf
Down we go. Let's see if we can't find anything else here.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
40 Meter.
Nope, nothing. Surface.
Anblasen. Elektrokompressor einschalten. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht.
What I was trying to say is, would be cool if starting the engine also used compressed air, and a lot of it. That's very cool how they modeled that in Wolfpack. You have to use compressed air, get the pistons running, and then manually inject fuel, and then get those diesels on. That's very, very cool. And starting the diesels in Wolfpack, when you don't understand anything and how that works, and you just see players starting this engine, it's like magic. It's very, very cool. Probably when they explain the game mechanics to me and I understand it, then it's gonna lose its magic touch. But as of right now, I've not played on the engines once. I'm only ever giving the commands, and when I go to the engine room to watch them start it, it's very, very cool. 23 miles away off the waypoint. Let's give it another dive. 4th of December.
Tauchen auf. 40 Meter.
No, there's no jamming possible because the radar detector does not send out a signal. It just receives. So the only possible thing is that the enemy is using a signal that my detector device is not receiving. So they've changed their radar bandwidth, I suppose, or anything like that. That's the only way I could explain it. Like they're using a different kind of radar technology. But then my range would be 0. That also doesn't really make sense. I don't know. It could just be a bug. I don't know. Aha.
350 Grad.
350. 10 to 16 miles. In this weather, and we didn't spot that. 350. That's dead ahead. The visibility range. I mean, the feature itself. It's good. It has potential. Don't get me wrong. But the ranges have to be worked on. Like the smoke columns, they should see them a lot earlier. Because if they're actually in the game, and there's no reason why the guys shouldn't see them. And I'm fairly certain. Okay, we gotta bring it to our port side because I've got stuff in the way otherwise. That's what I'm talking about. Like they should be somewhere right here. In, well, 5 degrees to port. There. If I can see that, so should my crew. And they're going southward. Okay. Probably an innocent, but we're gonna check it regardless.
Mich darum.
Schiff. 350
Raum
Grad.
besetzen.
Didn't mean to do that. What flag do we see? It's another Spaniard. Beautiful weather though for this.
Herr Kaloin?
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
I'm not gonna try to pronounce that name. Monte is clear, they all seem to be naming their ships after mountains. But Monjuich? I don't know. Doesn't even look Spanish to me.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Right, and as per usual, we're gonna send over our commander, commanding officer. He's not a commander, but he is a navigator. That's why we send him. And we're gonna send our merchant, and we're gonna send our English speaker, and we're gonna send Andreas Rossmann because we know he speaks Portuguese. So hopefully that helps. Meow. He speaks German. I'd like to see the shipping documents. Actually, we're gonna search the cargo hold before we do that.
Alle Maschinen stopp!
Moin, alkoholfrei. But actually, whilst we are waiting, might as well turn on the electro compressor. There's someone welding. I heard welding noises. Interesting. Oh, they've got, oh, fancy. So they've got the wheelhouse right here, and then for the lookouts, they've got a little sheltered position there. Or for the officer of the watch when docking on the bridge wing. That's very nice. And I did hear welding. There you are. Why are you welding that shut? That's obviously meant to be opened. Are you hiding something? These guys are smuggling, I can tell it. Nothing suspicious was found. They are transporting food. Okay. I could use these two. Meet the captain in his office. Shipping documents. Port of Buenos Aires. Well, you're going at least southward, so it could be possible. It could be possible that you are just going... Yeah, that you're... Yeah, staying close to the shore as long as you can. Maybe do a refueling in Sierra Leone or in Liberia. And then you cross the ocean. I mean, I can understand that. Maybe taking on even more cargo somewhere else. That's fair. Oh no. Directed at Port of Buenos Aires means that's probably his next port of call. So he's not picking up any more cargo, not refueling anywhere. But I still can... I understand the notion of staying close to shore. And then making a southwesterly deviation. Yeah, that makes sense. Every nation is importing food, I suppose. Food. Yeah. 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 That's... I'm not even gonna accuse them of that. After all, the Spanish are our semi-friends.
Zeit für eine Auszeit. Funktelegramm gesendet.
Five out of 8. So this does work if we do the inspections. Okay, it does count it. They just have to be inside of this area, I think. Oh, and the mission has to be active. Last time we sank enough ships and then the mission counted as successful. And then that didn't count. So we need to do 3 more. Hopefully we can get 3 more.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloy?
Smoke over horizon detected. Oh, I wonder what that could be. Oh, it's probably not that Spanish ship that we just checked.
Kurs setzen.
Right, and then when we're close to the next waypoint, right here, we're gonna have another dive. Bring us down to 40.
Auf 40 Meter. Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter. E-Motoren wechseln.
Get slow.
35 Meter.
Nothing to be heard. Nope. Okay. Surface.
Anblasen.
Low speed.
Aktuelle Tiefe.
Electric compressor.
5 Meter.
Dieselmotoren wechseln. Elektrokompressor einschalten.
Kondensstreifen. Peilung 325 Grad.
Alarm! Flugzeug in Sicht! Peilung! 215
Ruder
Grad!
hart Backbord. Schneller, schneller.
Herr Kaloy, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Melden Sie sich zur Wache. Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Verstanden, Herr Kommandant.
Funkraum besetzen. Funkraum besetzen.
I wonder why it said contrail spotted 2 more when it's just 1 of them. And I think these under-equipped planes down here in Africa, we can get them. The good ones they've got stationed in Great Britain. That's a Bristol Beaufighter. And it spotted us too late. It has to do a holding pattern to get down. Oh, I didn't know they shot you with their turret. That's mad! Now he's coming in. He doesn't have any rockets. He only has left charges. Gonna make it a little bit harder for him. How to starboard. Make him mess up his attack run. And we shot her down.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
Well done, boys. Now the question is, can we rescue them?
Diese Koordinaten setzen.
No. Immediately sunk. Well, not rescue them. I meant take them POW.
Setzen. Alarm beenden.
Yeah, well done, boys. Another one for the conning tower. Although that's an American tradition. The Germans don't do that. Also, interesting thing, like Americans will, without any reprimand or anything like that, they will just do kill marks on their helmets. Germans get chewed out for that. If you do that, it's considered dishonorable to count things like that. Because it's still a human life that you took. I don't know about back then, don't get me wrong, but today it is improper to count such things, is what the official lingo is about that. Speaking of which, my coffee's empty. Well, I wasn't speaking of coffee, but Regardless, I'm gonna get myself a new coffee. I'll be right back. And I'm back. There we go. More coffee for the greedy coffee drinker here. Right, 1900 hours. And after another beautiful African sunset, which I'm sure the bridge crew enjoyed very thoroughly, we're gonna go down to another hydrophone check.
40 Meter. Halbe Fahrt, voraus.
Oh, we're still on full speed. Whoops.
Wechsel. Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter. Kleine Fahrt, voraus.
...25 Meter.
Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Peilung 240 Grad.
Medium closing in. Now that's handy. That means it's going northward.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
40 Meter.
Wait until that turns into a decent range estimate, which is right now 325. 26 to 43. 325 up to 43. Damn it. 325 up to 43 miles. With a minimum of 26 miles. But I could cheese this and say that since it just came into range, the range estimate just changed, it's probably gonna be there. And we're gonna cheese this, because I want accurate readings. Okay, so 1 hour, it's gonna be 2100 hours. Let's see it then. 322. Same range estimate. Yeah, so the bearing only slightly shifted. And with the range estimate, obviously we know. See, this is the thing. If I took normal readings like this one and this one, I would get the impression that it's going a southwesterly course, but it's actually coming for us. So if I took the center point here and took my initial reaction of over here, then we would be going a northwesterly course with 2 knots. That's also wrong. More likely than not, vessel is heading almost straight for us, and it's about to change its range estimate again, and then we'll find out it's going an absolute northern course. Let's wait another half hour. Because we can work with that as well.
Aktuelle Tiefe 45
Because it doesn't matter on the coastline, only the distances matter, obviously. 16 to 26, there we go. Now we're gonna get a reading out of that. 7 degrees. 16 to 26.
40 Meter.
5, 6, 7. Margin of 10 miles. So that's 2130. And that's 21. So now we have to bring these points into one line. And one possibility to do that is like this. Probably more like this. And that would mean that we have to measure this distance, because that's a full hour. 9 miles, and we have to take this distance by 2. And that's 5 miles, so that has to be like 4.5. 4.5, what's it called? Miles? Why did I forget the word mile? Jesus Christ. I guess I need more coffee. So 4.5, 5, like, because we don't get shown any decimals, we can assume that that's 4.5. This is looking very good. It's going a course of 355, closing in. See, it's not about the data, it's also about data interpretation. Very important.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
So this, well, 9 miles, yes, 9 knots. Kinda quick.
Kurs setzen.
So if I go half speed
Halbe Fahrt voraus.
and surface, we
Anblasen.
should be meeting them pretty much bang on. Let's see how right I was with that data interpretation there. I'm curious about that myself.
Aktuelle Tiefe 35 Meter.
Food is still looking so good. We could stay out here forever.
Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Right, half speed, because that's 10 knots, right? Yep.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Elektrokompressor einschalten.
Actually, we're on 30. Oh no, slow speed is 10.
Voraus.
Yes, okay.
Funkmesssignale geortet.
Oh, don't.
45 Grad.
345? Does she have radar? Also, that would mean that she's within 2 miles, right? Or whatever that is within 2 miles.
Alarm! Flugzeug im Anflug!
No, it's okay.
345 Grad.
Schneller, schneller. Melden Sie sich zur Wache. Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Verstanden, Herr Kommandant.
Out of starboard. This one has radar though. Bit better equipped than the other ones. There it is. Daylight's about to pop on, I'm sure. Nice one.
Ruder hart Backbord. Funktelegramm gesendet. Ruder Mittschiffs.
I tell you, that quad gun is insanely good. I just don't know how historically accurate that is. Even like there's one Type 7 Charlie 41 that survived, and that's 995 in Kiel, and that one didn't have that. That had a twin on the back.
Kurs setzen.
I don't know if they ever mounted any quads. Well, they mounted quads on the big black traps that they built. One in the front of the tower, one in the stern. But I mean, those didn't work. Or didn't work well enough, at least.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Yeah, you stand dismissed.
Ja.
Wellington seems to swim a little bit better than the Beaufort.
Setzen.
Radar warning range? Still just 2 miles.
Funkraum besetzen.
Not going up when I send someone to the radio room either, so
Kleine
it's
Fahrt voraus.
not that the Naxos has to be operated from a different room or anything. I don't know, I don't get it. Going well at the moment. 2 survivors inside. John Green and Boy Bennett. You guys are the luckiest pilots on this war patrol.
Langsame Fahrt voraus. Kurs setzen.
Right, we should arrive at 22:30. They should be arriving there, so it's a quarter of an hour until there. So we should already be seeing them somewhere like 345, 350 degrees. And we do. Hello. And also,
Herr Kaloy?
our radio warning receiver is slightly bugged out.
Zeit für eine
Now that I
Auszeit.
did that, maybe the range will go up now. Nah. We're getting no more than 2 miles out of that thing. Which makes it pretty much worthless. Gonna be honest.
Herr
Bearing
Kaloy, wir haben
slightly
Position
drifting
erreicht.
right, so 10 degrees starboard.
Kurs 2, 1, 2.
It's the same aircraft, is it not? Yeah, otherwise they would have freaked out by now. Bearing still drifting, another 10.
Kurs 2, 2, 3.
Handelsschiff. 335 Grad.
That looks good. Monte Inchorta.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Scheinwerfer einschalten. Kurs setzen. Große Fahrt voraus.
Yeah, 10 degrees starboard. Shouldn't have course corrected. Right, we are going to send the delegation to the freighter. Once again, our navigator and our merchant. And the English speaker in the hopes that that helps in some way. And the Portuguese speaker in the hopes that that helps somehow. And some guns, because you can never have too many guns. Also, they are great at solving arguments. And then we're gonna stop the engines. Actually, we can get a little bit closer.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
He speaks German. And they're going... Which course are they going? They're going south, right? No, they're going north. Oh, I have a good feeling about this one. We're gonna search the cargo hold first. Thank you very much.
Kurs setzen.
And both engines stop.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
Good thing we shot that fighter down early. And not whilst we're checking this cargo hold. Hopefully we don't get another one. Hey Luke. I'm glad to see you're back. How are you doing? I hope all of you guys have a lovely start into your weekends. And you're not being naughty and watching me while you're at work. Yeah, checking the cargo hold takes a while. Look how low she's in the water too. Heavily laden down with smuggled goods, I'm sure. Nothing suspicious was found. Okay. Replacement parts. They're going to England. Very naughty. Let's see the shipping documents. You're heading to Buenos Aires. No, you are not, sir. No, you are not. You are just sailing north. I don't believe a word of it. And that's the moment when we're going to use the navigator skill and the game is going to still tell us that it's absolutely correct. And that's why I'm worried that the other sinking was actually a war crime. Because the game, for some reason, thinks that if you're going north along the side of Cape Verde, you're absolutely going to Buenos Aires. So he's going north, right? So his course actually... Right, you see, the Buenos Aires, for everybody who doesn't know this, is down here. So his course is actually like this, you see? And yeah, and obviously you can see that it is necessary by law for ships that go to Buenos Aires to actually sail around the Canary Islands in like an honorary fashion before they are allowed to go there. And that's why that's correct. Ah, game. And these little kinks that need to be ironed out, you know. Unless, of course, they have a port in Spain that's also called Buenos Aires, but I'm not aware of that. Vigo, Lisbon, Cadiz is not even in, and then there's Gibraltar. Yeah, okay, so I have no legal way of getting this, even though I know he's lying. That's done. Yeah, it's gotta be a bug. I just hope that on the other ship, that bug, I just hope that on the other ship, that wasn't a bug, that was actually a legitimate target, and we don't get punished for it. But we did do another check. That means 6 out of 8. Yep, just 2 more, and it's the 5th of December. We have just 11 days left. Or, well, if I travel the 1,210 miles, then the mission's gonna count as completed anyway, and any ships that I check
Kurs auf
then
diese Koordinaten setzen.
will not count towards the campaign goal. I figured out last time. Unfortunately, that is the case. And that would mean that we can go home anyway. Right, still tell High Command what we
Funkraum
did.
besetzen. Funktelegramm gesendet.
It's definitely running the blockade, yeah. I'm fairly certain he's going to the UK. Probably down here. What's that? Cardiff Docks. We're up here to Liverpool.
Kurs setzen.
Yeah, I think the mission's gonna count as completed any second now. Not a lot of miles missing there.
Herr Cologne, wir haben unsere Position erreicht. Herr Cologne, wir haben unsere Position erreicht. Eine
Yeah,
weitere
that'll be it. Okay.
erfolgreich abgeschlossen. Machen wir
Fair
weiter
enough,
so.
skis.
Funkraum besetzen.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
And we're gonna head home then on the 6th of December.
Kurs setzen.
And that's a course, the length of 2,416 miles. Now if we divide that by 10, because that's our speed of advance, well, it would be if the weather was better. Ugh. Yeah, 10 knots, there we go. And we have a crew event. I hate it when my officers have crew events, because I'm always afraid that it might be tuberculosis. And the fact that he's lying on the bed makes it even worse. And it is tuberculosis! Damn it! Not one of my officers. Hi, Na. Hi, Chaos. How are you doing? Oh, god damn it. It is tuberculosis on Volker Menzel. So I'm going to use my hydrophonist. Now I do have a very, very long crew roster of officers that can take his place. Jakob Schneider is a level 4. He's a paramedic. He's more of a... He's not really a... Oh, he's a diver. Look at that. Radioman diver. Is that a skill that they can learn? Or is that a skill that he came with?
Ja.
No, that's a skill that he learned. Okay. No, that he came with. I mean, I could just take Dr. Ernst Prien and then I would have a Spanish speaker with me. He's got radio usage practice. Okay, that's not really what I want. I want a hydrophonist to replace him. Norbert Reinecke is completely unskilled, but he's a Spanish speaker. I think he's gonna be our next hydrophonist. That's what you say if you don't want that anything should happen. You don't pray for them? What do you mean? I don't understand that. I'm sorry. Yeah, Norbert Reinecke is going to be the man. Okay. Well, good thing we're heading home anyway. Yeah, yeah, tuberculosis on the ship is a nightmare. Like the hygienic standards on this vessel are probably very, very low. We know this. And I can imagine like you'd have to quarantine him somehow, and I have just no idea where you would do this. Because tuberculosis is contagious, obviously. I think via saliva and blood, if I'm not mistaken. So blood is easily avoidable, but saliva, especially when he coughs up, it's not good. It's a nightmare scenario. And what's even worse is that it's the 7th of December and the Allies in 1943 found a way to treat tuberculosis. And any tuberculosis patient on the Axis side had unfortunately had to wait until the war was over, until that cure was made available. Oh! 210 degrees. What's the range like? Okay, it's just a display bug. If they can see it on the radar detector, but they cannot see it IRL yet, that is impossible. Because it's well within our sight range. So, okay, so the range is just wrongly depicted. Both engines flank. Alarm.
Auf Gefechtsstation.
Denkt alle an eure Ausbildung. Bleibt ruhig und konzentriert.
Also, kind of bad that half of our radar detector personnel is now bedridden. There's the aircraft. Crash dive.
Sichere Tiefe gehen.
How deep is it here? 5,000 meters. Okay, don't get hit.
Es ist nicht mehr erforderlich, die Schotten geschlossen zu halten.
Bring us down. Come on, come on.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5
Auf
Meter.
E-Motoren wechseln.
Now, where is that thing?
25 Meter.
Aktuelle Tiefe 45 Meter.
Did they not even spot us? I guess not. Well, but that is
Aktuelle Tiefe 85 Meter.
probably the right decision right now to
105 Meter.
get the snorkel up next time we surface, and then be ready for snorkeling. Snorkeling home.
50 Meter.
By the Canary Islands. It must have been a Gibraltar-based aircraft. Nasty. Yeah, wait until 3 AM and then we're gonna surface again. Cancel the alarm.
Aktuelle Tiefe 30 Meter. 10 Meter.
Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
There we are. Turn on the electric compressor. Go
Langsame
down to
Fahrt
slow
voraus.
speed
Herr Kaloin,
and snorkel depth.
Schnorcheln ausfahren.
No, not snorkel depth, but extend the snorkel. And send the report that we had to dive from aircraft. And at least the weather is horrible. I don't think we're gonna get attacked at this night, at least. Now, we have a total route of 1,680 miles to go. 1,680. So, 1,800. 1680 divided by our speed of advance of 10. 168 hours divided by 24 hours means 7 days for the trip home. We'll arrive on the 17th of December. Lovely. Unless, of course, we get attacked again and we have to dive.
Herr Kaloin, eingehendes Funktelegramm. Funkraum besetzen. Wir wurden von einem nahegelegenen U-Boot über ein mögliches
Boy
Ziel
in
in diesem
Square
Gebiet
Charlie
informiert.
Golf 147. Charlie Golf 147. I mean, if that's southbound, southwestern course, 11 escorts for 18 merchant ships. Holy cow. Southwestern course, yeah. Probably in a way. Like this to go past Madeira.
Große Fahrt voraus.
We have a speed estimate. Oh, and they're sending bearing signals. That's nice. Southwestern course, no speed estimate.
Herr
Okay.
Kaloin?
And we can determine their speed by the difference in bearing of their bearing signals. Good, but those bearing signals originate from the submarine, and that's obviously circling the convoy, so it's not that accurate. 100 miles by full speed. And an hydrophone range of 80 miles. Yeah, I think I'll just go over to where I assume them to be. Or where I assume I'll cross their headline. And then I'm gonna dive and then I'm gonna check if I can see any sort of
Ich erwarte
sonar
Ihre
or hydrophone contact. 30 degrees, 43 miles plus. Well, I mean, that's just right now. I mean, no point in marking that. That's just there. So I'm gonna wait. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for 440, and then we're gonna check that bearing line again. There.
Herr Kapitän,
You still get bearing signals? Yes. 29. So now they're somewhere on that line. My estimations are correct. They would be right here. And that would mean the convoy is traveling 23 knots. A bit much. But if I move this up the line, it obviously gets less. So that would be 10 miles. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're just gonna take their bearing
Herr Kaloin.
signals. Wait until it's 5:40. Yeah, and I'm gonna throw a new line on that. Get rid of that ginormous thing. And that deleted that point. Oh, for God's sake. But it didn't delete this one. That's good. So I can still use those and get those. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, it didn't delete the point. It just... Yes. Somewhere like this. 19 miles. Yeah, that works. Okay. Okay. So we wait for 5:40. And
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin.
30 degrees. So now it's somewhere on that line. And that would mean, if that's the correct course, 9 miles. That's possible. Okay, okay. So they probably started out at the very southernmost corner of that grid square. Something like this. Or somewhere down here, yeah. And then that's 11 miles. And the bearing signals are probably from the bearing signals are from the submarine trading behind Convoy, I think. Yeah, okay, so I'm pretty confident with that intercept. Let's see how that works.
Funkspruch erhalten.
Oh god. What position? Ah, yeah, okay, let's report our position. And then that way, when they decrypt this, because they have Enigma access,
Funktelegramm gesendet.
they'll know that we're intercepting that convoy. Damn it. But we don't know that they have Enigma access. Right, 80 miles. They should be now 11:38. That was at 5:40, and they're going 9 knots. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10:40, and no, it's 11:40, pretty much on the spot. So they should be ahead, and in 40, 44, 40. Okay, so we should still get the reading of 43 miles plus. Let's see. Lower the snorkel. We're going down deeper than that. Bring us down to 40 meters.
Tauchen auf.
I'm gonna
40
stay on
Meter.
full speed ahead though.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
And Rossmann,
Lauten Ihre
I'm
Befehle,
so
Herr
sorry
Kaloy.
about this, but you're gonna have to work a little harder now. Because your mate is, well, dying. And there's the convoy. Dead ahead, as it should be. Nice.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
45
Now we're just
Meter.
waiting for it to report it. Be a bit more quiet. There it is. 3 degrees off the port bow. I am very happy with this.
Meter.
And 43 miles plus, I guess.
Ja.
Yes? Yes. 43 miles plus. Okay, that's gonna change very soon. So right now, we expect them to be somewhere on this line at 11:49.
35 Meter.
Get rid of that thing. And so that means that their initial course was not... I just guessed that. I completely guessed that. And I was wrong by 2 degrees.
40 Meter.
So I guess 206, so that they can go around Madeira. Yeah, I guess 205. It's still on here. When in actuality, it was 208. Yeah, I was wrong by 3 degrees. power of an educated guess. Right, that also means that
35 Meter.
208. We basically just have to really do a very, very small course correction here
Kurs setzen.
in order to intercept them properly. Nice. That was nice. I'm happy with that. Now the question is their speed. That's the next interesting bit. I mean, is it really 9 knots or is it not? We will never know. Well, we will know. Just very inaccurate to get that off those bearing signals. I mean, we can take the overall distance that they've traveled. Well, I mean, it's still a very large margin, but, you know, we can still take that. Distance of 69 miles. Nice. And we're gonna divide that by the time that they took to get there. We got the initial report. That was the report by U-73. Yeah, 18 merchant ships and 11 escorts. Absolutely crazy. We got that at 3:30. And now it's... And that was 11:40. It's about 8 hours. 8 hours and 10 minutes round. Let's round off those 11 minutes. 8 hours, 69 miles divided by 8 hours. 8.6 knots. Yeah, 9 knots is probably correct. Crazy. So that means that there'll be somewhere over here in 1 hour. 11:40. 11:49. Oh, okay. So we didn't scrap 10 minutes, we scrapped 19 minutes. Yeah, 9 knots probably. Even if we didn't move much, we'd have them in 4 hours. Okay, we're gonna go against them.
Große Fahrt voraus. Ja.
Come on.
Ja.
There we go. Let me out of that window. Respect to periscope depth.
Seerohrtiefe.
Aktuelle Tiefe 30 Meter.
10 Meter.
Low ballast.
Anblasen.
Herr Kapitän,
Elektrokompressor einschalten. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Zeit für eine Auszeit. Zeit für eine Auszeit. Zeit für eine Auszeit.
And both engines full. Lovely.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Not really. Now he wants to go to the bridge. Nice. Could be visible. Well, we're still getting bearing signals apparently.
Funkraum besetzen.
Let's cross-reference. 26 to 43 miles, dead ahead. Ah, there's the mistake. I did 11:49 twice, so they're still 1 hour away. That makes more sense. Yeah, they should be somewhere around here.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Yeah, that's way beyond visual range. Not for long, though. We're steaming against each other. So, me and the convoy are nearing each other with a speed of 21 knots, relative speed, towards each other. So, doesn't take long, and they're visible. There we go. Lovely. No, you get some. Oh no, you can't get some sleep because we might get dive bombed by a plane before we reach the convoy. I'm really sorry, Osman. It's.
Herr Kapitän,
We need you. Grab another cup of coffee and get back on your radar detector. I'm sorry. No, don't get on the toilet. What's this level now? Oh, I'm nearly full. Okay, yeah, get back on your radio. Your radar detector, your Naxos device. He deserves a medal after this mission. I'm gonna have him overworked.
Schornsteinrauch, große Gruppe.
Mhm.
Signale geortet. Peilung 10 Grad.
And we're being detected by enemy radar. Brilliant. Of 10 degrees. So the 10 degrees to our starboard, there's a destroyer who's got a radar device. Very uncomfortable. Come on, just fill those last atmosphere. Guess he doesn't want to do it.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Dive, dive, dive. Right, Angler. Get on that attack periscope, very good. And you can start maintaining those torpedoes.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Lenzpumpe einschalten.
Pump out the boat while we can. It's also no longer necessary for the bulkheads to be closed.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerolltiefe. Boot für
Thank you.
Rundblick eingesteuert.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Erledigt, Herr Kaloin.
Right, then I need someone else. That's an issue. I usually had one of my radio men on the TDC and one on the hydrophone.
Kontaktstreifen, Peilung 10
Oh, that was lucky.
Alarm! Flugzeug im Anflug. Peilung 10
Oh, it wasn't a destroyer that had radar, it was a plane. Ah, to starboard.
Ruder hart Steuerbord. Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Down scope.
Herr Kapitän, Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
Bodengeräusche. Großer Konvoi.
Evacuate bow compartment.
Herr Kaloin.
90 Grad.
There's still someone in there. Get out. The midships?
Bruder Mitschiffs.
I guess he didn't drop. Oh, that was lucky. I guess if we had dived 5 minutes later or two minutes later, they would have got us. And then they would have raised the alarm. And then all the convoy would already know that we're coming.
Kurs setzen.
Right, go back on the initial attack course.
Ich könnte etwas
Commander,
Hilfe
you got
gebrauchen.
some men. Also, we can repopulate the bow compartment. And up scope. Was lucky.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
And we're nearly out of vegetables. Right, I guess Scholz has to go on the TDC then. Plane gone? Hope so.
Torpedorohr 2 gewartet.
Okay, so Tube 3 has a Soundkönig in it.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
Zerstörer, 5 Grad. Zerstörer, 20 Grad.
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
Korvette,
Yeah.
5 Grad.
Oh, there's so many escorts. It's gonna be a tough one. I'm probably gonna save this beforehand. Whew. And I'm gonna get a quick refill on my coffee mug, and then it's the last of the coffee. So you know things are getting serious. I'll be right back.
Torpedorohr 5 gewartet.
Right, and I'm back. Now, loads of escorts on that convoy, we knew this. Hopefully that means that there's some juicy targets in there too, like some tankers. Now that's an escort, that's for sure. The one steaming off to the side there. There's a freighter. Now the question is, do I shoot a freighter first? Probably. Or do I try to kill the herd of destroyers a little bit by firing at them with some Zaunkönig torpedoes? And that one's already going somewhere. Have they already picked up our friend, the U-boat? They probably have. Well, in that case, we gotta help. Tube 3. Right, it has 2 stacks. And that little platform, that's an Echo Foxtrot class. Yeah, probably. It's probably steaming off to the port with like 15 knots. Angle on bow, something like that. And its distance, now that's interesting. It has a mast height. Actually, we see him perfectly from the side. We can use the angular thing. That's pretty much 5 degrees. So 100 meters exact length. That's why I want to use that. So we use the length. Or 100 meters. And the length is 5 degrees. So that means 45.8 kilometers away. 4.58 kilometers away. That's pretty far away. Target depth. Yeah, that fits. Okay, let's just try that. Tube 3, launch.
Los.
And then Mai, you're gonna put in a new torpedo, and you're gonna put in another T1 LUT. Yes, very good. Do that. I'm gonna watch our Zaunkönig do its thing. And it's locked on. Hopefully it didn't lock onto our submarine friend. Locked on that one, I think. Probably outside of range. Yeah, so that was misfire. That means it's run its course. So it has now run 4.4 kilometers. It has 1.6 kilometers left in it. I don't think it'll reach the enemies. Yeah, it's sunk. Damn it. That was 1,000. I know, 500 I think they cost. Still expensive. Now I've got 4 tubes ready to fight a pirate freighters. That's the upside though. Also, I haven't picked up a U-boat yet, but they're doing some sort of searching over there. Oh, that one's getting close. I don't like that. C3. Another C3. C3 or Liberty maybe. C3. C3 very close. I like that one. C3. Come on, any tankers? That's a destroyer. C3 to the port side. So many C3s. Holy cow. Yeah, down scope. I don't want him to see me.
Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin.
Oh, I'm guessing it's gonna be the SS Frank Lever. Oh no, Lever. It's American. Yeah. Frank Lever. I'm gonna go with that.
Feindliche Schiffe
No!
bereit.
No! We got pinged before we even got to start our attack. Or upscope then. Which one is it? It's gotta be that flower corvette, right? Yes, it is. Blank speed, hard to port. Blood Tube 5, you're gonna get a Zaunkönig. It's the Eglantine! We've sank her before. No, we let her pass, I think. Flower corvette. Draft, 3.5, so we're gonna do 4, and we're gonna do 5. Magnetic pistol, beautiful. Distance, well, speed very high, distance very low. Angle on bow, 0. Come on, turn.
Herr Kaloin, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
Turn. Quick. One ping only, please. Yes. Thank you, Vasily.
Herr Kaloy, wir wurden von Estik geordnet.
I noticed.
Bruder Mitschiffs.
Angle on bow, still 0. Cube 5. Launch.
40 Sekunden bis
That's slow.
Torpedoeinschlag.
Get
30
down.
Sekunden. 20 Sekunden.
Tauchen auf. 230 Feet.
Please don't go for anyone else. Why are you turning? No! There's your target! What are you going for? Why? These things are so weird. That has to be the strongest prop noise. Oh, it's firing! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh, that's a fish. Okay. Oh, thank God. It's firing the hedgehog. Where's that hedgehog? There on the starboard side. Where did those... Oh, there they are. Look at how majestic they are. How nice for them that their fancy new piece of technology works. They fell short though, I think. Still being pinged. Flying speed, hard port. Close all bulkheads.
85 Meter. Meter.
Clear out the bow compartment.
Torpedoraum evakuieren. Herr Kaloi, wir wurden von Estig geortet. 115 Meter.
And the midships.
Ruder mittschiffs. Schwere Schäden.
T5 hit. T5 hit.
120 Meter.
Which one? Did it come back? Because the camera shook quite a bit. Did it come back? Please tell me it came back and hit the Corvette. That would be amazing. No, it did not. It hit the other one. Fair enough. It had a headshot too. Lucky. Nice.
Aktuelle Tiefe 130 Meter.
Now the escorts are getting good though. I had the scope down, they just hit me with a random ping and immediately determined that I'm a sub. Not a whale. And they immediately went for us. Hedgehog missed. That's the only thing that they can do better next time. But even with that fancy T5, that just went for something completely different. But yeah, they prevented us from attacking the convoy. That's what they're there for. Hey Schatzkalosa, how are you doing? How's your day going? How's your weekend started? Whilst we are on silent running, trying to get away from the enemy. Still being pinged.
Aktuelle Tiefe 165 Meter.
You just started with Uboat too. Nice. Two escorts pinging us now. Maybe we can throw them off somehow with a decoy. It's not gonna work. But it's better than doing nothing. Gotta use all the means of your arsenal. Bring us down further.
Aktuelle Tiefe 185 Meter.
Yeah. They look a bit nervous all the time, but they managed. Yeah, this one here, right? Yeah. Weber, but I think he's already a hardened veteran. He can't panic. Seifert and Sommer are the ones. Weber is... yeah, he's a Seawolf. Whenever stress gets to 100%, he's just gonna calm everybody down, maybe. Yeah, we're all good here. And the crew is already starting to get stressed. Also, we have 3 guests on board. a chief engineer of a suspected non-Spanish ship flying the wrong colors. And also two RAF pilots.
205 Meter.
And now we're getting into dangerous territory. All breaches down here would be absolutely catastrophic. Pinging stopped.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Now please go after my decoy.
220 Meter.
The decoy that's somewhere behind me and around 75 meters above me. That would be great, thank you. Oh, Hedgehog.
230 Meter.
Wasserbomben in beträchtlicher
Okay, they're throwing somewhere else.
235 Meter.
Herr Kaloin, wir wurden entdeckt.
Zeit,
nice.
unseren Mut zu testen, Männer. Wasserbomben. Sehr. Aktuelle Tiefe 240 Meter.
Let's hope that they miss.
Wasserbomben in beträchtlicher Entfernung. Wasserbomben in beträchtlicher Entfernung. Wasserbomben sehr nah.
Oh, okay, they're really good. Explosions, very good. Speed. Ooh. Deeper, 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 deeper. 260.
Tauchen auf 260 Meter. 255
They're behind us though.
Meter.
Yeah, no course change necessary. I'd rather have the speed. Yeah, okay, behind us. One of them was close though.
Aktuelle Tiefe 250 Meter.
Yeah, because the skipper has them in the inventory.
50 Meter.
That's the thing. I carry 5 of those things around with me personally at all time. Another hedgehog. Wow. That's slow.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
So no one can do it for me. I have to do that myself every time. Okay, I think I can reach out of it. A tip for me about the shift plans and the sailors for the commanders when you have time. I think I did it right, what I do. Okay. I've got it super complicated for me. Because I have assigned individual sailors. You don't have to do that. You can just do it like this with a group of sailors like this. And they'll just go do random things. But I tried to make it so that the too much work from officers is not showing up for me. And I can't do this now that we're snorkeling. With a snorkel it doesn't work. Because I need one more man than I have available. So I have basically as a schedule... I have the every watch, starboard watch and the port watch, and I've got 6 sailors in each watch. Now we obviously, okay, some distance away, nice. We've got 20 sailors in total, so each shift should comprise of 10 sailors, so that, you know, they all work in 6-hour shifts. So they've got 12 hours off duty and 12 hours on duty each and every day, and so 6 of them are directly attached to the watch itself. They take care of everything around the boat. And then the other 4 are attached to the officers. Unfortunately, I can't slim down my crew any further because it would be nice to have 2 engineers working with the engineers so that the engine is more efficient. It would be nice to have people on the... I do have people on the radio now because I need the radar range. But at the start of the war, I think you can get away. You can get away with not having these 2 on the radio men. And then I need 2 sailors on the bridge crew because they need to have a maximum visibility range. And then my commander just does map duty. It's enough that he does it by himself because he's got navigator skill. And we're being pinged again. I don't like that.
Wasserbomben in beträchtlicher Entfernung.
Hmm.
Wasserbomben in beträchtlicher Entfernung.
Right, so one of them has an active sonar lock on us. And the others are just following his lead at the moment. So I don't want to flank speed right now, because then all the others with just hydrophone lock will get a lock on me as well. If you just... Oh, more hedgehog.
Herr Kaloin, feindliche Schiffe machen sich gefechtsbereit.
Wir wissen, wie es geht. Drehen wir den Spieß gegen diese Jäger um. Schraubengeräusche direkt über uns.
Propeller directly above. Depth charges, some distance away, okay. So it's not the one that's directly above.
In beträchtlicher Entfernung.
The one directly above hasn't thrown its pills yet.
Herr Kaloi, wir wurden von Estig geortet.
Let's see what this baby can do.
Tauchen auf. 280 Meter. Wasserbomben in beträchtlicher Entfernung.
Yeah, they're firing on another submarine, right? But I don't have a submarine in my contact list. But I thought I heard them say U-boat earlier. Maybe not. Maybe I misheard that.
265 Meter.
Yeah, that's you do that with the priorities. You have to fiddle around a little bit. So that's on the tasks. So the higher the number, the higher the priority. I don't know why sleeping is on here. I don't get that. Obviously on battle stations that changes to command duty and battle damage control depending on their role. So I've just got my VOs on watch duty and the commander does map. That works as well. But if you do something like this, then he'll probably be on the map. And then when he will be on the map with a lower priority, but then what that actually means is a bit obscure. Like, he will be on the map if it's an emergency, but what the game considers an emergency, like navigational accuracy below 75% or below 60% or something, I have no idea. So I always used it like at the start of the war when I didn't have so many officers, I did something like this, so that they would absolutely only be on the map when it was an absolute emergency, and in the other cases they would be on the bridge. Obviously, I did it with the commander because I didn't have a second watch officer. But yeah, at the end here, it's doing well. Or here as well, I had to put radio duty on vastly lower, because otherwise they on the surface they just don't want to work on the radar detector. They want to stay in the Radio Shack.
170 Meter.
Now what did that Aztec ping do? They didn't drop any depth charges? Where did that guy go?
275 Meter.
That was such an unlucky approach. Immediately got spotted. And I even did lower the scope because I didn't want to get spotted. Right, propeller noises directly above us. Let's hear it. Are they dropping? It does not, no. Very, very unhappy boat. But it can go even further. It can go another 20 meters before the game tells me it's crushed there. Oh, there we go. Flank.
Schneller, schneller,
Hard
Bruder,
Bord.
Backbord.
Herr Kaloin, feindliche Schiffe geben Alarm.
Das wird nicht einfach. Aber wir haben schon Schlimmeres überstanden. Lasst uns ruhig bleiben.
Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff.
Right, we want to go northerly courses because they're heading south. So we're gonna stop the current turn at something like 50 degrees.
280 Meter.
Where's the...
Wir wurden von Estig
Is
geortet.
there a compass anywhere? How are you maintaining course? You don't have a compass.
275 Meter.
There's the detonations. They're close. There's a compass.
Aktuelle Tiefe 280 Meter. Ruder mittschiffs.
Very close. Oh. Is that the last one? Yes.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing that I'm really not happy with in this game. Or in the stock game. You can mod it. That you just don't get any damage on the boat. And then when you reach crush depth, RNGesus will just decide when you die. And then there's no in between. Like there's no leaks happening or anything. There's a mod for that, and I'm definitely gonna use it on the next playthrough. Deep leaks, I think it's called. I should not be able to just go down here willy-nilly and just stay down here forever. The game should absolutely punish me for that. Doesn't. But we're gonna fix it ourselves. Use every mod there is, yeah, just all the mods, yeah. And the next playthrough will be maximum modded. I tried to keep it to a minimum in this one, and then I still got added some because I just was too annoyed with the... First of all, with the engine order telegraph, that buzzer, really unpleasant. And the supply loading times at port, they were really bad. I thought the ship bundle only includes like warships and destroyers and whatnot.
Herr Kaloi, wir wurden von Estig geortet.
Just one ping. Yeah, I don't really care about warships. They don't count anyway, so I'm not bothered about that. I want more freighters, more tankers, postal ships, catapult ships, passenger liners. Maybe some Red Cross ships, that would be cool. Find a Red Cross ship in the middle of a convoy and like, oh, I can't shoot that. That would be cool. Troop transports, basically, for the passenger liners. So many. They need to be... They basically just take all the ship types out of Silent Hunter 3 and put them in this game, and then I'm happy. 45 different freighters and tankers, like that would be brilliant. Yeah, no, see, that's the thing. I can tell you from experience that resupplying a box of vegetables doesn't take the better part of a day. What you do is you form a line with your boys, and then you just have one person standing down here, one in the conning tower, one on top, and then you just drop them down one by one, and you're done in what do you know, like half an hour? Like that, it doesn't take that long. And loading a torpedo doesn't take 6 hours. No way. Also, this kind of work doesn't stack. Like, loading one torpedo doesn't take... Like, loading 2 torpedoes doesn't take twice as long as loading 1 torpedo. But that's very hard to do in a video game, because it needs preparation. You need to have, you know, call all men on station, get the crane going, you know, all that type of stuff takes like half an hour for just prep work, and then you need to do unprep afterwards. So if you're loading 1 torpedo, you might as well load all of them, because the prep work is the same. So that would be cool if that was accounted for. Oh, and we're already sloshing our feet. Yep. Oh god, it's so deep here. What are these things actually called? Like it's not a conga line, really. What's it called? Like in German we call it Menschenkette, human chain. Let me find that out. You probably have a term for that. No, if it's just line or something, then I'm gonna be mad. Human chain. Okay, yeah, we form a human chain. And then you pass the goods in through the boat. And there's a German saying that whenever there was an all-hands maneuver, and everybody was annoyed with that, which they usually were, because everybody thinks that they have more important things to do, obviously. You would say viele Hände, schnelles Ende, so many hands, quick end, meaning that everybody chips in and we all work together. Then it's, you know, then it only takes 10-20 minutes and then you can go back to your regular duties. Conveyor, yeah, it's like you form a human conveyor belt. Yeah, pretty much. I bet those airmen you took prisoner are bricking it right now. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure they're very happy. How the hell did we get into this situation? Just fly a short patrol mission. It'll be fine, they said. Damn admirals. Well, they'd be generals, right? Air Force? Yeah. All hands on deck in this case. Zing! I see what you did there. Very nice. Very nice. Exactly. That would be so cool. If you just fire blindly at ships in the convoy, you get punished for it because there was a Red Cross ship in the middle. That would be super cool. Or you couldn't just fire your Zaunkönigs willy-nilly because they just pick any target, and if you're very unhappy or very unlucky, it goes after a Red Cross ship. That would add a lot of layer of difficulty to this. Would be cool. Battle Station specific. There's a Japanese mission you have to sink a Red Cross mission to complete. Ooh, that's... Is that based on historical fact, or is that just made there because the devs don't like the Japanese? Yeah, we can't stay down here for long, that's for sure. Let's see if we can get away.
Zerstörer, 250 Grad.
bit of time compression here. We don't want to be here all day. Distance, some distance away. Nice, nice. I think, yeah, they're looking now in the wrong spot. They keep looking behind us. Well, I'm... Get on the dive planes. Bring us up to periscope depth. Maybe we can still score a freighter in this thing. It's no longer necessary for the bulkheads to be closed.
Die Schotten geschlossen zu halten.
Meter.
Verstanden, Herr Kommandant. Meter.
Yeah, Japanese did some shit in the war too, that's true. Definitely true. Nanking comes to mind. Right, bring us on an easterly course.
240 Meter. Kurs 102.
Meter.
That's gonna take a long while to get up there on that slow. Yeah, there's nothing around anymore. Well, in the north, maybe.
Meter.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
190 Meter.
Alles klar. Ich werde mich darum kümmern.
Oh, we still got an empty tube in tube 5, right? Didn't reload that Soundkönig there.
Aktuelle Tiefe 175 Meter.
Come on, turn on the pump, please.
Längspumpe einschalten.
Also, I'm sure Menzel is really thrilled. Like, all his comrades are working around him and being on battle stations and he can't do anything to help.
155 Meter.
Yeah, I wanted to do this once. I did play it a while in first person only. But it's... First of all, I like looking at my submarine from the outside, so I always had to go into like N, in the free camera, to just get a good look at it, because it looks pretty. And then the other thing is, like, if you have a outage, or if you have a leak on the normal game, you can press spacebar to slow the speed down, and then you can do these like evacuate and turn off power things in the brake menu. But if you're in first person only mode, you have to physically go to the room, right click on it, evacuate the compartment, and then do the power management through the fuse box. I think it's kind of cool, but evacuating, yet you have to physically walk to the compartment you want to evacuate, makes no sense, because I can shout evacuate the torpedo room from anywhere, you know. And that, you know, when you've got high water pressure and you need to evacuate this compartment, any millisecond counts. And to have to leave your station, sometimes when your commander is on command duty, he'll hold a clipboard in his hand. And then he'll take like 7 or 8 seconds to put away that clipboard. And then you run over there. And then you tell them to evacuate the bow compartment. By that time, so much water has gone into the boat that you might as well just forget about evacuating it in the first place. So that's a bit of a downside. There needs to be like a quick compartment management menu system for the first person mode. But yeah, it's a cool idea. Would be good. But I
30
mean, the
Meter.
devs recommend against the first person only mode, and there is good
Herr
reason for it.
Kommandant.
Oh, we've made it.
Aktuelle Tiefe 10 Meter. Herr Kalon, wir sind in Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Oh, hello. I thought they would be further away than this. I can... Are they all... I think those are angle on bows higher than 90, so they've already passed me, basically. Except for maybe this one and maybe this one.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Maybe we can get
Schneller,
away with
schneller.
slow speed. Maybe.
Ja, Herr Kaloi, ich kümmere mich darum.
Oh, you stay on the dive planes,
E-Motoren
actually.
besetzen.
Don't have another T5, because that would be the easiest thing. Just fire a fire and forget weapon and let that take care of it.
Uhr 2 gewartet.
Oh, it's the SSAB Hammond. Do the lifeboats actually trigger the magnetic detonator? Because that wouldn't make any sense. Boat itself is invincible, but the crew certainly aren't. I like how you just casually propagate some war crimes over there. Very, very nice.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich drum.
Oh, is that stationary? The Empire Arnold? Did they get her? Yeah, I suppose even theoretically you couldn't torpedo a lifeboat. Because the impact pistol, it would not make contact because the lifeboat doesn't have enough draft, and the magnetic pistol, it would not detonate. Not that you should do that in the first place. You're in ad prison for yeah, you deserve that. You deserve that. What a surprise to bumping into you again, Mr. Hammond. Yeah. Hammond, you pillock.
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
That is actually an angle on bow more than 90. We can absolutely get these three. What luck. Right, we knew that they were going 9
Kleine
knots.
Fahrt voraus.
I'm gonna assume 8.5 because of the zigzagging. Torpedo depth. Well, first of all, we're gonna select you 1 and that to 44 knots because that makes all of our mistakes go away. Speed creates safety, as we used to say. And the no, it's a Liberty. The Liberty has a masthead of 27 meters. Let's open up that thing for the first time today. $27 meters. Welcome back. 27 meters. There we go. 100. Yeah. 100 milliradian. That means it's on the zoom out, right? No, on the zoom in. Okay. 100 on the zoom in is just short of a kilometer. Also,
Verstanden, Herr
you get on
Kommandant.
command. Let Engler do it.
Stand Zero besetzen.
Kaloin?
Come on, Engler. On you go. I'm gonna scope down.
erwarte
No,
Ihre
scope up.
Befehle.
Lovely. Something like this, and range is 9.9. No, 9.9. No. Ah, okay. There we go. Oh, need to identify it. There we go. Still gonna do it manually through here though. Now we're on the zoom out. 40 milliradian on the zoom out. Means 620 meters. I'm gonna aim right in front of the wheelhouse. Angle on bow is 75, I would say. Now where's the target bearing? There. Does the periscope follow? I think it does. That's actually kind of good. I can keep it locked on exactly where I want to hit it then. Okay, we're gonna lock on from now on. The gyro receiver is set to stern. Obviously, we don't want that. Some of the selected tubes are not flooded. Yeah, well, that makes sense. Haven't done that yet. One is maintained. Lovely. Flood tube 1. Torpedo depth 8 meters. The only issue is that I can't really... Why would I want the torpedo turning 260 degrees to port? That doesn't make any sense. No, that's not how that works. I would want to turn it like 10 degrees after its initial run. And then it doesn't save that. Oh. No! Like this? Did you save that? Yes. Right, Tube 1 launch.
Los!
40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. 30 Sekunden.
A bit far forward. Even slower than that then. Oof.
Herr Kaloin, feindliche Schiffe machen sich gefechtsbereit.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Wachsam. Aber
Tube 4. Flood that as well. Select Tube 4. Tube 4 goes 44. Enemy speed Take half another way. And then we're gonna... Ooh, that's a bit close. Where's that? Oh, the C3 is hiding behind her, like a coward. The C3 has a masthead of 36, I know that by now. Other way around, please. There we go. That's... Well, how nice of you to make it, Mr. Montadon. We're in the middle of battle. Where have you been? I'm just kidding. Glad to see you. Hope you enjoy your stay. Oh, we've got a C3 that we want to torpedo. In the officer's mask, my CO, or my XO rather. Whenever someone's late, he gave us a very passive aggressive. Oh, how nice that you could make it, Lieutenant. How pleasant that you can join us. Yeah, it's alright, I'm late. You just don't have to rub it in. That one's pretty much stationary at this point. And too close. Not stationary, but very slow.
Feindliche Schiffe machen sich gefechtsbereit.
Das wird nicht einfach. Aber wir
Hello.
haben schon Schlimmeres überstanden. Lasst uns ruhig bleiben.
There's no rush. Yeah, you didn't see me. You look someplace else if you know what's good for you. Yep, that's an explorer. Distinguishable by the large mast in the middle there. That's our headline. The headline is now cleared, so we can fire torpedoes at that beautiful Liberty ship. It's the SS Frank Lever, don't you know? Sorry, Frank Lever. It's American. I keep making that mistake.
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
Is the tube 4 still maintained? Yes. Okay. Mai is in... Yeah, he's in the CIC. Therefore, flood tube 4. Which we've already done. Nice. Now. Exactly. It's like the ostrich sticking its head in the sand. Tactic. That is 35, I'd say. So we're gonna go with 30 because it's gonna come closer still. And that's on the zoom out. 35 on the zoom out. Oh boy. 700 meters. Or we can just go with 40. This is gonna come closer. So that's 620. Let's do that. 620. Angle on bow is I don't know. Looks like 50 at the moment. Not ideal. Enemy speed 8. Let's keep that. Might as well stop.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
Yeah, I know. But it's like one of those things that just became an idiom, even though the animal doesn't do it. Like lemmings jumping off the cliffs and all that. They don't do that either. They just did that because the camera crew scared them. That's very close now. Boy. 60 milliradian on the zoom out. Very, very close. 300 and 410. Oh, it's still okay. And that's a 75. Yeah, actually it was. The angle tracking was still on. Now, do we have our beautiful magnetic pistol? Yes, we do. Lock that on. Give it some value so that Mr. Engler gets his rewards. Not send them to the torpedo data computer. And launch.
40 Sekunden bis Doppeleinschlag.
Hopefully that actually does give him the
20
experience.
Sekunden. 10 Sekunden bis Einschlag.
Yeah, they were still going slower than that. Hey, German North. My crew's assembling, I see. More and more familiar names in chat. Very nice.
Wie lauten Ihre
Right,
Befehle?
Richard, do we still have F1, T1 LATs? LUTs? No, we don't, but we've got FATs. We could get one in and use that to shoot it down. Also, did any of the destroyers decide to come back, considering we've just fired? Looks like it. Oh yeah, they're all coming. Maybe we should fire another torpedo at it quickly and leave. Target speed 0, angle on bow, something like that. Switch to tube. Oh, do I have one that doesn't follow a search pattern? Lut. No, okay, tube 2 then. Torpedo speed 30. I think that's a T2, right? T3, yes. Tube 2. Enemy speed is still 0. I'm just gonna assume that. Yes, 38, that's good. And that, please go away. Speed speed 30, target speed 0. Angle on bow something like 90. And we have that on magnetic. Beautiful. Tube 2. Launch.
40 Sekunden bis
Out to
Torpedoeinschlag.
port. Both engines dead slow ahead.
30 Sekunden. Ja. 20 Sekunden.
The engine is actually still running,
10 Sekunden.
but they're very slow. That's gonna hit. Oof. Uboat is on sale right now. Damn. For how much? 70%? Oh man, that's a deal. Now, if you don't own a Uboat yet, you should do it right now.
Rohr 1 geladen.
Right.
Ich erwarte
Richard?
Ihre Befehle.
Get on that. Get me a T5 in the Tube 5, please. They're probably going down soon. There is a destroyer. And there is another destroyer. Ooh. Oh, I don't like that. What is that? Is that a hunt class? I think that's a hunt class.
Die
Also
Besatzung
midships.
evakuiert das Schiff.
Bruder Mitschiffs.
Right, parallax correction. Backwards. Turn gyro. Tube 5. Torpedo speed is to be set to 24, which we can't do yet. It's gonna be something like 500 meters, and they're heading straight for us. Probably something like 15 or more like 30 knots. Richard, you need to hurry. Look how they're fanning out to look for us. That's pretty damn good. No pings yet, though. Because they haven't reached their search location yet. Come on, Richard, quickly.
Etwas Unterstützung.
Alles klar, ich werde mich darum kümmern.
Osman, get on the TDC for now. Oh boy, they're so close. They are so close. Quickly.
Rohr 5 geladen.
Plot that.
Rohr 5 bewässert.
Tube 5 launch.
Los.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag.
30
And
Sekunden.
down we go.
20 Sekunden.
Tauchen auf.
Herr Kaloin?
220 Meter.
Aktuelle Tiefe 10 Meter.
And that's going to something completely different, but it still might change its opinion. Yeah, we go. Yeah, when you accelerate like that, you cavitate greatly, especially when you're stationary. And the torpedo immediately decided that that is a lot more.
50 Meter.
And we didn't switch over to magnetic, and that thing's gonna be a dud. Damn it. I hate that they automatically load them with. Still hit though. Okay, never mind. Perfect angle. Or an impact. Luckily. That is a hunt class. No, it's not. It's got 2 stacks. It's an Echo or Foxtrot class. And it didn't have a Hedgehog. It was probably the most harmless out of all the destroyers.
Aktuelle Tiefe 85 Meter.
What's with the orange dots, by the way? Oh! What orange dots? What do you mean?
Meter. Meter.
Got another destroyer out. Very nice. Now that one, we don't have any more for that. And on the bow, we've got more torpedoes, but I don't want to load them at the moment.
130 Meter.
Yeah, we're heading northeast. That's good.
Tauchen auf 220 Meter. 145 Meter.
That's gonna prolong the pursuit though.
155
Now the dance begins anew. But I mean, it's alright. We've pumped out our boat. Might as well already clear out the bow compartment.
Torpedoraum evakuieren.
Galley is fully stocked. Lovely.
165 Meter.
Let's not do that. Oh, the galley is its own compartment thing. Interesting.
Aktuelle Tiefe.
I mean, there's the escape hatch in there. Yeah, sure. Makes sense. So many crashing noises up there.
90 Meter.
Let's see what that's about. Probably the destroyer sinking. Sightseeing trip.
200 Meter.
Lots of boats on that one. He's not quite sunk yet. Then where's that other destroyer gone down? Could be lots of boats around. Where did she sink? And there's another one like that. And that one doesn't have a headshock either.
215 Meter.
Yeah, they're zooming around like crazy now.
Meter.
Yeah, you can get on the hydrophone.
Horchraum besetzen.
Aktuelle Tiefe.
Oh, I know what you mean. The orange dots on when you look at them with the periscope. That's where your officer of the watch marks their weapons and subsystems. So if you spot a radio mast, it'll mark that. If you spot a radar dish, it'll spot that. And if you spot AA guns or artillery cannons, that'll spot that as well, so that you know it's unsafe to surface close to them, because they'll call for help. They'll detect you with their radio, or they will the radar, or they'll fire at you with their AA guns and artillery cannons. Deck guns. That's what that is. Like these ones, yeah? Yeah. It's kind of funny that I can still see them. Yeah. You can tell which way their ships are oriented at the moment. Now they're gone, okay. Ah, but only because... Oh! So if I put the periscope in its casing, then it's gone. Okay, interesting.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung. Jawohl, ich kümmere mich drum. Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Peilung 330 Grad.
But... It looks like we're getting away a lot easier this time. Oh, I was on a... Most of the time I was on a 123 class frigate. I did a tour on a 124 class frigate, the FGS Hamburg. And my last job on board was on a 125 class frigate. I was a navigator's mate as an enlisted man, and then when I became an officer I was a second decks officer on the Frankfurt am Main, and I was a third supply officer on the North Rhine-Westphalia and the Rhineland-Pfalz. Although supply officer sounds like you have to do anything with logistics. I really didn't. I just signed the logistics department's shore leave permissions, and I was usually on the bridge. It's a officer of the watch kind of posting. And then at my very last deployment, my very last job was in the flotilla to take care of the unfit for service kind of personnel. Well, we do have class names, but they're the German names of the ship, so the first of class ship. So it would be, it doesn't really help you though, I think. It would be a Brandenburg class frigate, a Sachsen class frigate, and a Rheinland-Pfalz class frigate. A Baden-Württemberg class frigate, sorry. And a Berlin class task force supply ship. Numbers are easier. Yeah, I think we're getting away. They don't seem to be following.
170 Grad.
Just slowly creep away.
Handelsschiff, 175 Grad. Handelsschiff, 170 Grad. Kurs setzen.
We are close. Okay, to what? Propeller noise? Where?
Yeah.
5 to 10 miles? 2 to 5 miles? 5 to 10 miles? Yeah, okay, that's fine. Right, bring her up to 50 then. I don't hear any propeller noises around us anymore.
175 Meter.
Uboat, 345
Ah, look at that!
Aktuelle Tiefe 75 Meter.
Why doesn't that show up anywhere? Apparently there's a U-boat around,
55 Meter.
but I'm not allowed to look at it. Okay. Right. Turn on the pump.
Lenzpumpe einschalten.
Yeah, the Lutyens, yeah.
50 Meter.
It's in the Naval Museum at the moment. Well, not the Lutyens, the Melders, but same class. Let's still have a look at her.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Bring her up to periscope depth, and then we're gonna have a look around.
30 Meter.
10 Meter.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
There we are. Right, that's already looking astern, which is where we should see the rest of the convoy. There we are. Unknown ship. They're steaming this way, I think. I don't see any more destroyers. That might be one. Yeah, I think it's probably safe to surface. It is least safe to give both engines half speed ahead. And then cancel the alarm and resume our standard duty roster. Yep, there we go. Yeah, the German names for the classes would be just the name of the first in her class line. So it would be the first ship that I was an enlisted man on would be a Brandenburg class frigate. The one that I would loan to for half a year for a deployment would be the Sachsen class frigate. And second decks officer would have been the Berlin class task force supply ship, and the last one would be the Baden-Württemberg class. Which is funny, we call them the Küstenpanzerschiffe der Bindestrich-Klasse, the coastal patrol boats of the hyphen class, because all 4 ships are named after a federal state that has a hyphen in its name. The Baden-Württemberg is a double name that has a hyphen between Baden and Württemberg. Nordrhein-Westfalen, North Rhine-Westphalia has a hyphen between Nordrhein and Westfalen. The Sachsen-Anhalt has a hyphen between Sachsen and Anhalt. And what's the 4th one? I forget. Rheinland-Pfalz, Sachsen-Anhalt, Nordrhein-Westfalen, Baden-Württemberg. Yeah, Rheinland-Pfalz. Rheinland-Pfalz. All 4 of them ridiculously long German names, as the cliche holds, you know. Yeah, and we call them coastal patrol boats, or armored patrol boats, because they are basically just, they are the heaviest frigates in the world. And they have... I honestly don't know why we call them frigates, because frigates should be... I don't think there's a standing definition. You could definitely not call them a destroyer. Like, that's the thing. Like, a lot of people argue that our frigates are actually destroyers because of their tonnage. And because they are capable of doing operations by themselves, which is the modern definition of a modern missile destroyer, is that it can operate on all warfare areas, meaning anti-air warfare, anti-surface warfare, and anti-submarine warfare. But I am of the stern opinion that our ships are specialists in one warfare area. Like with the Saxony class, I don't think you can do anti-submarine warfare properly, and therefore I don't think it would be fair to call it a destroyer. But with the 125 class, the Baden-Württemberg class, that is definitely the case, because it does not have a hull-mounted sonar. So anti-submarine warfare with it is impossible. If you have a helo in your hangars with a dipping sonar, then you could do it with the helo, but we don't have dipping sonars for our helos either. So yeah, she's pretty much defenseless against submarines. Also, she doesn't have a VLS system, so she's also pretty much incapable of defending herself against fighter planes. So really all she can do is fire all her harpoons at other ships. And she can do fire support with her big 127mm gun, and that's it. Yeah, it's a literal combat ship is what that is. You can play her in sea power. Yes, I did. I did a stream where I played one of my own built missions with a Sachsen class anti-air frigate and 2 Lutyens class destroyers, which is fiction because they were never in service at the same time. But it was very nice to see them sail together. Should probably just do more sea power. That's more my area of expertise. Even though all the tubs in that game are also all very old. It's Cold War era. It's also quite a while ago. It's not in the digital age. Right, let us surface this vessel. And then retract the scope, please. Thank you. Switch over. Well, first of all, turn on the compressor. and switch over to normal lighting.
Befehl, Herr Kaloin.
Turn on the pump, and then we're on homeward bound course. We are going 12 knots, and we have 940 miles to go. 940 divided by 12 equals 78 hours, divided by 24 hours equals 3.2 days. So we will arrive on the 15th or the 16th of December, just in time for Christmas. Oh, the Saxony class is the 125 class anti-air frigate. These ones are actually very, very good. These ones are amazing at anti-air warfare. Really, really good. Like when we sailed together with the Americans, with the carrier strike force, and we had American liaison officer, and we told him about the capabilities of the ship. He was really, really impressed by that. Like the amount of fighters that the ship can take on at the same time with its targeting system. I'm obviously not going to tell you how many that is, but they were really, really impressed with that.
Funkraum besetzen.
Let's send that report, and then you can go back to bed. Then we're gonna make our way home. Also, we're gonna raise the snorkel. In case
Ich erwarte Ihre
we need to
Befehle.
dive, then we're already, after diving to evade, we'll be ready to just race to the surface and go snorkel. Because we're now in range of very, very capable anti-aircraft, anti-submarine aircraft. No, I will not do that. I've played enough War Thunder. I know the memes. I'm not gonna do that. In case it is not public knowledge, I'm just gonna not tell you. And if you look in the Wikipedia and it says so in the Wikipedia, then okay, fair enough. But I'm gonna err on the side of caution and not tell you about that. It's an hilarious thing, is it not? Like people leaking like the composition of their armor on the tanks just to win an argument. It's brilliant. Also, I like the conspiracy theory that Gaijin is actually a Russian intelligence agency, or it's under contract by the Russian government to find out data specifically like that. Basically coerce people into doing that. I thought that was hilarious. "14 incidents, really? Jesus."
Kurs setzen.
Right, and we're in the bay. That means we will raise the flag. Basically home waters at this point. What's the headquarters doing? When do I get my next device? The tune is early 44. Okay. We're also gonna have a look at that on the wiki and find out when it was widespread in use. There was this beautiful little chart that I could just check all of them. Was that on the German article of the Metox? No. Ah, there we go. Tunis, FUMB 26. Look at that. There's a dipole thing, yeah, for sure. When did the U-boat force get that? Let me guess, they just never got it. Portable, yes, yes, yes. Oh, that article exists only in German. That is rare. Radar warning device. No, that's not the article that I meant. Where is it? Come on. Ah, it's the... It's on the article of the Funkmessbeobachtungsgerät, which is a very German word. That's a good hangman word because it's got an A umlaut in it. The Tunis. Yeah, from 1944 onwards, but it doesn't tell me what month. I think that's the kind of knowledge that just got lost. So, I suppose February 44 is good enough for my immersion. At least 15, yeah, probably, yeah. People leaking classified documents on War Thunder forums. It's hilarious. One of my favorite pieces of internet history. Because if you didn't know about this, you would just hear it. You'd go, yeah, no. People with access to classified documents like that aren't that stupid. Yes, they are. Yes, they absolutely are. And they absolutely did that. And it's hilarious. German Hangman sounds like a war crime itself. Is it not? It is called Hangman though, is it? Game? Yeah, I think it is. But many people play it with umlauts being written into their separate letters. So an A umlaut would be an AE, a U umlaut would be a UE, and an O umlaut would be an OE. Makes it a bit easier. Actually, let's look at that word again. It's got A, E, doesn't have I's in it, but it has O and U, so it's got pretty much all of the vowels. 2 G's, 3 S's. It's one of those words that you would probably win by because no one knows what that word actually is. This is a very specific technical thing. So they would have to guess all the letters in order to get it. So yeah, actually maybe it's a good word. I'm gonna post that in chat and then it is to your liking if you want to use that if it ever comes up. There you go. Nice little short word there. Alright, starboard 10. Actually hard to starboard. And I think we've arrived at slightly higher tide than usual, so the tide mechanic is not broken. Yeah, that beach there, you used to see more of that, right? Or is that just because of the snow? I don't know, maybe it is broken.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
Port 15. Bring us into the lock nice and calmly. Rudder amidships. Yeah, and that's slow. It's not. You see, this is a multiple word. Like, that's one word. That's another word. That's one word. And that's one word. So that means radio measuring reconnaissance device or observation device. Gerät is device. Everything on the German submarines is called Gerät. Like our hydrophone, for example, the balcony device, Balkongerät. Oh, and they never slept in their bunks on the way back. Oh, sorry about that, guys. Those are all separate separate words, and you can just combine them to make one supernoun. And that's how German words get so long. Like, if you want to describe the same thing in English, you have to write half a page, and in German it's just one word. Very efficient language. We like our efficiency.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Alright, praise Clang. Hopefully we won't have the sub bug. Oh yeah, roads are... Yeah, it depends on where you are. If you're in Eastern Germany, then the roads are immaculate. Because after the wall came down, they decided that they need to invest more into the Eastern German infrastructure than the Western German infrastructure, and they've just never stopped doing that. Alright, we've lost 2 crewmen, unfortunately. One is... Oh yeah, my officer. I don't like that. Did he leave his stuff behind? I think he did. Yes, he did. Could have a breathing apparatus that I probably wouldn't use. If I'm being honest.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Gonna be honest, I probably wouldn't use the one that the tuberculosis patient had in his inventory. Yeah, so we need a new radio man. And we need a new man to replace Johannes König. Now, squads, where's Johannes König? Where was he set to? He was part of the starboard watch. Now with the specializations, that still means I have 10 out of 10 diving specialists because I had one too many. So basically, I need to get someone who's either... Oh, first of all, we're gonna free the survivors for sure. No, they're going to POW camps, that's for sure. I need either one who's on shore, who's a silent runner, but I don't have anyone on shore. So I'm gonna need a new recruit. And if I manage to specialize him, he's gonna be a silent runner. Norbert Sommer, Erich Ahlers, Breitenbach, Wolfgang Fehr, Reinecke, Schulz. Not Marx. Wilhelm Mike Schulz. That's the most common name. Playboy and a Reveler. I joined up because it's easier to pick up girls in uniform. I like you. Forgot his name already. What was his name? One of the non-specialized. Karl Sommer? No. Schulz. Georg Schulz. Right, squads. Starboard watch. Meet your newest recruit. Georg Schulz. There we go. Okay, mission completed. Let's see if we get in trouble because we sank that Spanish ship. I'm really looking forward to that. Now he spread rumors about one of his officers, so we can't have that. He's being court-martialed. He will be back in 20 days, I think. That's the usual punishment that they get. 28 days. Oh, rough. That was a rough sentence. U-boat front clasp in gold for Hubert Leimkühler. Nice. Bernhard Scholz shot down things. U-boat front clasp in gold for 40 war patrols. 40. I want to know how many people actually got that in the war. 40 war patrols is crazy. Yep, that was illegitimate. The ship was registered in Spain and was carrying tea from Vigo to Buenos Aires. Well, maybe the other way around, but not this way around. That thing was not going to Buenos Aires. It was on a northern course. Yeah, just calm yourselves. Mistakes happen all the time. Also, the captain was clearly lying. crazy that just costs you 200 points of budget and a bit for reputation. The punishment should be a bit more severe than that. That was not a Spanish ship. You can tell me whatever you want. That was not a Spanish ship. Yeah, we sunk 2 destroyers. Nice. Very good. Okay, we need a new radio man. And also, that probably... Yeah, he's already gone from the list, so I don't know what his friend was. Was it Rossmann had... No, Rossmann had Karl Sommer. Menzel. Which sailor was on Menzel's watch? Oh, I have to find that out. Okay, first of all, we need a new radio operator. That's not equipment. That is right here. Yeah, the captain was Rudolf Chapman. Completely normal Spanish captain name, and the chief engineer also had an English name. Like that ship had more red flags than a Soviet ship, so I sank her. Right, who was the one that I wanted to take with me? That was somewhere on the bottom ranked. Yeah, that one, Norbert Reinecke. Welcome aboard, Spanish speaker. Now you're gonna be the new hydrophone operator. That's the new role. There you go. Tasks. That means that you do it like this. Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. And that also means that you get a sailor. The question is, which one of these 20 is without job at the moment? That is the hard thing to find out now. Or I could just reassign everybody. That would make it easier. Yeah, let's do that. I'm not gonna sift through 20 names just to find that one guy who has not got a deployment at the moment. So we need 6 for the port watch. We'll just take the 6 from the top. Clark, Hausmann, Herzfeld, Müller, Seifert, Schulz, and Schumann. So we continue below Schumann. Huber, Sommer, Fischer, Müller, Schwarz. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. And then we need 1. Konrad. And Weber. And then Pfeiffer. And then Reitenbach. And then Bruckmeier and Lorenz. And then the Peters brothers are with Scholz. Yeah. Sorted. Now. Oh yeah, he needs a schedule as well. And he immediately gets the better watch because he's our hydrophone operator.
Herr Kapitän.
Reinecke. Spanish speaker and remote patrols experience, wherever he got that. And the first skill that he's going to get is the sensitive hearing. Sensitive hearing and Spanish does not go well together. It's a nice language, but it's also a language that sounds awesome when you shout it, which cannot be said about French. Can be said about Russian and German, though. The appearance of the second sub bug. Well, put me down for $5. I say it's gonna happen.
Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
Right, we're gonna sell that thing and get a new one. Because I'm not gonna let anyone touch that thing. That's clearly contaminated with tuberculosis. HE ammo. Make that full. And then also we shot a lot of... Oh, they shot both of the types of ammo. Interesting. I need 1,000 rounds of AP. More like 1,100. 1,040 actually. Like this. And HE rounds. Lovely. Deck gun. Yeah, for sure. Ammunition. We need food. Veggies. Fruits. We need... Oh, we can't get any... Oh, we can get cheese. That's good. Torpedoes. I've got a T5 in reserve. That's nice. And the tubes. Okay, yeah, so 5 in the stern tube for sure. Well, might as well just put it in the tube right away. That in. A T1 LUT if you have it. Yes, you do. And a T3 LUT if you have it. Yes, you do. And then we still have a T5 in reserve. Okay, so what we're gonna do is make things right here. Richard, get that out.
Rohr 3 entladen.
And then load the T5 in there.
Herr
And
Kaloy,
Limekühler, you can get the T1 FAT out.
ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Which is very inaccurate, by the way. We discussed this on when we were playing Wolfpack. They couldn't be doing loading operation on 2 torpedoes at the same time because they only have one of those cranes in there. That has to be lowered from side to side. They only have one. So that's a bit inaccurate, but since we're in port, I'm okay with it. And then you're gonna put in a T1 LUT into the forward-facing tube. They're all forward-facing. Into tube 1. It is, yeah. They can locate you if you send radio messages, because your radio message always contains your position,
Rohr 3 geladen.
and then they know where you are. And I think that's why the game asks you to report position and fuel status. Because at the beginning of the war that doesn't matter, but once they've got Enigma, then that immediately tells the enemy where you are. So we've got a T3 for a night attack, we've got a T1s for the day, exactly the other way around, T3 for the day attack, T1s for the night attack or for opening up on a volley, and the T5 in case we run over a destroyer. Let's check the rest of those torpedoes. I also need one of those decoys. I think I dropped a decoy. Did I drop 1 or 2 decoys?
Ja.
I dropped 1 decoy.
Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
And we can't get any in the... Oh yeah, actually we can. Because
Ich
Reinecke
erwarte Ihre Befehle.
needs to load up on medkits. And then we've got a slot in the inventory for 3. There you go. Also, Reinecke,
Ja.
you can already pick up one of the breathing apparatuses because we've got them. There you go.
Erledigt, Herr Kaloy.
Nice. Then
Benötigen Sie, Herr Off- Sehen Sie sich
I
die
need one of those
Lagerbestände an.
decoys, and they are very expensive. 2,000 apiece. Jesus Christ, they're expensive. Torpedoes. Right, we've got a T1 FAT and another T1 FAT, and then some T3s. If I can get some T1 LUTs, I would be very happy. Doesn't look like it. There's one. There's one. Okay, take another one, and then hopefully after our vacation, which we're gonna have now,
Ja.
because it's this. Actually, no, we're gonna keep loading. 17th of December. Yeah,
Sehen Sie sich
that's
die
looking well.
Lagerbestände an.
Torpedo. Can we get another T5? We can get another T5. Can we get another one, maybe? For the stern tube? Doesn't look like it. Maybe in 1 hour. Probably not.
Benötigen Sie. Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
Nah. E5s are rare. They don't want to give them out willy-nilly. Food though? Yeah, vegetables for sure. Pork, definitely. Cheese, French cheese. Gotta take the French cheese. That's looking well. 5 hours of storing.
Ja.
I agree with that sentiment.
Bestätige.
We can get some more food in though. More bread, some more cheese, 14 cheeses. 10 of those. And then fill the rest with sausages. Oh, that's a good sandwich. Look at that. Sausage, bacon, cheese. Good sandwich.
Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
No T5s. And still we get those old torpedoes. Right, food. More chaz. More pork. Sausages. And then we don't get any more vitamins, I'm afraid. What time is it? 3 AM in the morning? Yeah, that's too early. Right, 6:50. You boys catch the first train home. Off you go. And now we're on vacation for 21 days. Meaning that I have only ruined one of the Christmas for the boys so far, and that was the Christmas of 42 and New Year's of 42, 43. And they're gonna be home for Christmas. Very important to me. Hey, sup bug! Woo! That is the double sub bug. I wonder if I can fix that by just saving and reloading the game. Because I'm not gonna deploy now anyway. Also, that can go away. Thank you. We did have the sub bug.
Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
Do we get any more veggies? Well, not veggies, but we are getting fruit. That's good. Torpedoes? Yes. Burn tube gets 85. After 20 days of vacation, they made one available. That's going to take 1 hour to load that in. And we can get a mission for next time. What do we have? The Last Stand, obviously. Oh, that's pretty far down south. I like that. Oh, no, actually, no. No, that's Ireland right there. I don't like that they give you those missions in Allied air cover. Because that's a bit lazy by the devs. I'm going to tell you what I mean by that. So they tell you in the campaign, actually the mission grid is large enough, but they tell you in the campaign thing that the Allied air gap over the North Atlantic has been closed by them having larger range planes and by them having like aircraft carriers going back and forth, and then there's air cover in here. And then what they do is they give you missions within the area that is covered by land-based aircraft to simulate the enemy having aircraft carriers out. So what they really should be doing, in order for this to be really, really cool, is to give you missions all the way out here, within the Atlantic air gap, and you're still being pestered by enemy airplanes because there's actual aircraft carriers out there that launch planes and search for you. The game doesn't do that yet. I'm hoping that they will change that will at some point be in the game. But at the moment, they just avoid the Black Pit by sending you more eastwards where there is actual aircraft cover. Very, very sneaky devs, but I've caught on to that. Very sneaky. You couldn't cheat me though. I still noticed. But it is kind of cool that the area of operation itself is that large. So if you just by yourself go out into the Black Pit again, right over here, you won't be pestered by enemy planes, I think. And any ship that you sink out here still counts towards the objective. So what we're going to do next time is we're going to go to that area, and then we're going to just sail through that, sink the ships out here, and hopefully finish the mission objective. Let's see if that works. And I will eat my words if we patrol, say, here, and we still get attacked by enemy airplanes. That's what we're gonna do. Okay, that we're gonna test the game a little bit next time. We're gonna go out here in Bravo Delta 5, Bravo Delta 8. And we're gonna see if we've spot a single plane in the time that we're out there. How does that sound? I think that sounds good. Now let's load that last T5. And then I think that's it for today. I thank you guys for watching. I think that was fun today. And I'm going to see you guys next time. Tally ho and bye bye.